Chapter 1 of Clouds Cover the Campus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Therese. Clouds Cover the Campus by Daniel A. Lord, S.J. Chapter 1. I'll always remember Dick's remark that night, because at the time I thought what a whiskey chestnut it was. He stepped on the starter of that funny old car of his and the special rebuilt motor that's as quiet as a sundial and fast as a streamliner on a straight track, and said, "Nice night for a murder." I recall that I thought sharply that we university men were really queer guys. Here was a lovely night, with a crescent moon hanging in a silver cutout over the horizon, and the stars doing the rumba against a black velvet drop, and spring pushing out of the ground in fresh greens and yellows and pinks, and the air something you could eat for dessert. Yet a college man summarizes it with a bromide like, "Nice night for a murder." Dick's car cut off into the night like a torpedo heading for the nearest battleship, and I strode across the campus. It was a year since I got my B.S. in physics at Holy Cross, and though my days and nights at Rockledge University centered around old Short Circuit, that's Dr. Abraham Eisenberg to you, Nobel Prize winner and German Jewish exile, I still liked the feel of the place. Except that right now it was being cluttered up with young sprouts who talked aviation morning, noon, night, and all the time. Rockledge had been aviation-minded from the moment the government planted aviators there and called on the boys and girls to start flying for their country. It had been up in the stratosphere since Pierre Morin had taken over a month before. Morin, who looked like the whole Lafayette escadrille, who walked like the spirit of France unconquered, who flew a plane like a dive bomber showing off for the country fair and his best girl, and who came to us with the aura of heroism all around him. Recent heroism, too. When the French army surrendered, he escaped to the USA, and our government put him to work, teaching the young idea how to zoom. I walked slowly under the elms that fringe and frame the main drive, and from instinct looked up toward the windows of old Short Circuit's lab. Yep, the lights were on all right. Instinctively I ducked. The old boy had second sight, and if he spotted me doing nothing, he'd probably yell to me to come up and hold a piece of pipe. Anyhow, it would probably be a piece of pipe I'd worked on, for he'd been making Nils Grumman. He was my fellow, if you get me, and we'd turn out the most outlandish pieces of brass and steel. We knew what he was making, a new bomb sight. We knew that the parts we were making were parts of the sight, but Short Circuit put them together nights when we weren't on the scene. That's the way old Short Circuit trusted the world in general. As I started to turn toward the dorm, I saw a figure moving in the lab, and though I couldn't make out anything clearly, for the window was high, and the figure as I saw it badly foreshortened, I knew in a flash it wasn't Eisenberg. Then the lights in the lab went off, but they stayed off for only a second, came on for a second, went off again, then on, then off for good. What made me do it, I'm sure I don't know, but I turned from the lab and looked up to the sky. There, off to my right, flying low, was a monoplane with colored lights on its wings and landing lights far forward on its nose. As I watched, the lights of the plane blinked off and on and off and on. Off for a prolonged minute, and then the plane wheeled and was away into the horizon. Maybe you don't think I made the door of the physics building in 3 jumps and got up the stairs to the 3rd floor in record time. Even as I ran, I wished the AAU had a watch on me. My time considerably bettered the time I made when I won the high hurdles for Holy Cross in my junior year. Down the dark hall I moved with a speed that was safe only because I knew every inch of the way by heart, past my own little experimental lab, dark and tightly locked, and the room where the janitor slept and kept his supplies. As I whisked past the janitor's room, some tautened antenna in my nervous system told me that his door, usually tight shut, was slightly ajar. Maybe I was seeing things. Anyhow, I didn't stop to confirm my impression, for just ahead of me was old Short Circuit's lab, and my hand, still yards away from it, was reaching out toward the knob. It's queer how when some sudden excitement grips you, every faculty will become tense and photographic. I could picture that familiar lab without seeing it. Old Short Circuit kept a place that looked like the old curiosity shop gone 20th century, or an alchemist's den with modern improvements. I could see with the sharpness of my imagination the queer apparatus which he had accumulated even in the brief 3 years since Hitler had booted him out of Germany and his well-beloved university on the Rhine. But imagination this time seemed to bring into sharpest focus the tall steel scaffolding Nils and I had built for him as a testing apparatus for his bomb sight. Later the government was to use the same sort of high chair for its young observers. But when old Short Circuit thought it up, it was something brand new, a high platform on thin steel tubes, supporting seats like those of a pilot and his observer, and between the observer's feet and over the imaginary bomb rack, a place into which the bomb sight could be slipped. An experimenter looking down through the bomb sight would have all the impressions, relatively cut to scale of course, of a man flying over a target on the ground. Well, I saw that in my imagination, and the work table of the lab littered with everything useful and useless, and old Heisenberg himself puttering away with that inspired idiocy that made him one of the 3 greatest physicists in the world, a theoretical genius who had the great luck every 20 years to hit on a theory that made the world different from what it had been the day before. Imagination works fast, for I know it was a matter of seconds until I had my hand on the knob. Even then the tenseness of my strung nerves made me pause. In the dark, and when you're nervously tingling, you can't tell what's really happening and what you think is happening, but I fancied I heard the door of a room behind me, the janitor's, close softly, and I was sure that the queer, hushed movement somewhere off down the corridor was that of retreating footsteps, steps that would be progressing on the tips of gently moving toes. Then I flung open the door of the lab, felt for the light, flashed it on, saw what I saw, and in quick self-preservation flashed the light off again. For the bomb sight scaffold had been flung to the floor with a crash that had bent even the tubing. It needed only a second glance to tell me that the bomb sight was still in place. And lying against it, face downward, was the twisted body of old Short Circuit, dead as a sardine, but with his arms wrapped around the supports of his precious bomb sight. To make a lot of things clear that have to be clear, or you won't be able to follow me, let's put this whole account into reverse. I hate storytellers who start their stories and then double back to pick up threads they dropped along the way. You know the kind. Oh, just a minute. I should have said that when the Lady Gwendoline first met the butler, she at once recognized him as her long-lost brother. But either I hand you a few scraps of data, or the whole tragic incident, and the incidents that followed are going to be pretty misty, so... A queer lot of people assemble in the graduate department of a big university like Rockledge. I got my fellowship on a recommendation from good Father Kelly at the Cross. When for the first time I told old Short Circuit that I was a Catholic pacifist, he snorted a couple of times and demanded in his thick guttural speech, "I thought Catholics were all crusaders, warlike." You never could tell whether or not the old bird was hitting at you. As you know, we fellows of Holy Cross are called crusaders, so he may have been wisecracking, but old Short Circuit was the kind that always let you speak your piece, and I spoke mine rapidly, and in as brief a summary as I could. I told him that I thought the Lord never meant men to kill each other, that I wanted to spend my life doing highly constructive things for the betterment of the race, so that I'd not have time to smash mankind to bits, and that I was persuaded if Christians, all of them, lived Christ-like lives, their example would be so powerful that men would follow it and lay aside their arms forever. I'm afraid I said it all badly, and even as I did, I wondered what this exiled German Jew, kicked out of a country that hadn't fully disavowed its claims to be Christian, thought of my theorizing. To my amazement, he pulled his ear savagely, scratched his never quite clean fingernails, resonantly a long 3 days' growth of whiskers, and said, "A little more, and you persuade me to be a Christian." We both knew he was quoting by ear, but we grinned at each other and let it go at that. Besides, as I knew, there was Julia May. At any rate, when aviation hit the campus with a bang, I stuck to my physics, especially my own little speciality, light, high-tension steel, as the basis of cheap, pleasant houses for poorer families, and let the rest of the boys go air-minded. And my best friends on the campus, Dick Kennerly and Harry Thorne, took to the air like young swallows. Oh, so you noticed it, did you? Yes, the three of us were Tom, Dick, and Harry. Pure coincidence, but almost as funny as if we turned out to be Wynken, Blynken, and Nod. But let's go back to the afternoon of the evening I've already described. Nils Grumman and I met outside Hadley Hall, the dorm in which we both lived, at a little before 2:00. Short Circuit had called us for 2:00, and though, once you were there, he hadn't the faintest idea of time, you arrived on the exact dot, or he threw anything from an insult to a cast-iron retort at your unlucky head. Nils was a young Scandinavian. I never can tell 'em apart. The Swedes, Norwegians, and Danes, I mean. He had his high school work in the old country and his university physics at State, and he came to Eisenberg at exactly the same time that I did. I liked him. He was big and blond and quiet, and had a skill with his hands that made an experiment jump through hoops, roll over, and sit up and beg. "Heck of an afternoon for puttering around the lab," said Nils, who had a Scandinavian's love of the outdoors. We swung and stepped toward the lab. If old Short Circuit wouldn't throw a fit at my taking the time, I think I'd go out for flying with the rest of them. I thought of another young Scandinavian who started to fly years ago, and hadn't done so badly, on his way from America to Europe. Outside the journalism building, we ran smack into Sidney Weiss. I guess there's one on every campus, smart, smooth, a tongue like the lash on the end of a bullwhip, and a pen that ran vitriol. But brilliant wasn't word enough for him. We agreed over our hamburgers in the campus cozy corner, and ain't that a name for a place for men to eat, that he turned out to be either another Philip Gudala or a manuscript writer for some second-rate publishing house. Weiss greeted us out of the side of his mouth. He never seemed to think anyone on the campus worth a full-mouthed conversation. "Hiya, lads. Going over to the field to see the flower of the flock become the eagles of tomorrow and the bulwark against totalitarianism?" When Weiss deliberately mixed a figure, he turned out hash. We shook our collective heads. "You really should, my lads," he continued. "Remember, the enemy is practically at our gates, not less than 3,000 miles away. Unless we arm to the teeth, skipping of course the wisdom teeth, Hitler's tanks will put on their rubbers and come walking right through Rockledge's hallowed walls. And as for Stalin, oh tisk, anyone can see that after he annexes the Balkans, his next step will be Oklahoma and Keokuk." Nils glared at him. "It's guys like you," he growled, "that make guys like me want to put on a uniform and start shooting." Weiss grinned, pleased that he had roused an adversary, and then he went cynically serious. "You're doing your part already, or the little bird that whispered to me was not named Walter Winchell. Aren't you deep in old Short Circuit's bomb site? And won't that be a ducky little addition to the cause of peace? An aviator can pick out the baby lying in its cradle, bomb it at 10,000 feet, and spare the pretty nurse, if she happens to be pretty enough. And any flyer can hit the exact center of a red cross with his eyes half shut." I thought for a minute that Nils was going to paste him. What is it that gives fellows with glasses the idea that they can insult big, shouldery chaps all over the lot, and get nothing more than dirty looks? I caught Nils by the arm, and we walked off together. Nils reacted a little like a warm bottle of soda that has been rudely shaken. "Don't let the pinko get you down, Nils. But what puzzles me is how the blighter came to know anything about the bomb site. You and Short Circuit and I, and probably the authorities of the university. We're all that knows about it. Who's the little bird that whispered?" "Well, shut up about it and don't let Eisenberg know. He'd blow a fuse." The corridor of the physics building seemed delightfully cool, cloisterly quiet and studious. As we swung down the third-floor hallway, I know our steps quickened, as they always did when we approached the magnetic field of old Short Circuit. The janitor was sweeping the floor. He had a name, I believe, but I had never heard it. For with the thoughtless cruelty of youth, the student body of Rockledge, having gone to see Lawton in The Hunchback of Notre Dame, had christened the janitor Charlie. Well, to be candid, while he wasn't by a long shot Charles Lawton as Quasimodo, he wasn't too pale in imitation. The years had increased the roundness of his humped shoulders. He dragged one foot as he walked, and he kept his face hidden by a battered felt hat, which might well have been his bulwark against the rude stares of mankind. Let's say, in a phrase, that he was no beauty. That's the mildest way we can express it. I had a feeling he liked me. On occasion he would take me into his little room and show me books on physics that astounded me. The old fellow either read things that were far over his head, or we had underestimated the intelligence of the man who swept the floors of Rockledge. He looked up at us from under his hat. "The Dean and Mr. Moran are with the doctor," he said. For a second we hesitated. Even graduate students didn't go barging in on deans and government directors of aviation. On the other hand, they did barge in if old Short Circuit expected them there at a certain hour. So we knocked on the door, and then without waiting for an answer, under no circumstances did an answer ever come anyhow, we walked in. The Dean was talking, in fact, finishing up a sentence. I never liked the Dean. Oily seems to say it. You felt that his every sentence tried to pat you on the shoulder, if it didn't in the process slap your face. But he had a long list of degrees, mostly from European universities, and when the scientific societies met, everybody opened a path, spread palms, and bowed low to Dean Rothen. Now, in contrast to the tall, handsome, magnificently groomed Moran, I liked him less than ever. But he was speaking. "But when the bomb sight is ready, you'll let me know, Eisenberg. After all, the university deserves a bit of your glory, and I should like a glint of the reflection for myself." He laughed, oozing oil. The Dean bowed to Nils and me and walked out of the room. Moran hesitated a second, and then in perfect English, with no slightest trace of French accent, he said, smiling, to Eisenberg, "I think I understand you perfectly, Doctor. You'd be a fool to show your invention to anyone except the country's president or the Secretary of War. Stick to your position. I'm all for you." And he was gone, closing the door gently behind him. A gentleman and a soldier. No wonder the young aviators on the campus were enthusiastic about him. Eisenberg made a gesture that seemed to clear the room of the two intruders, and climbed up the ladder that stood beside the scaffold of the bomb site. For the first time I noticed that the site was actually in place, though it was covered with a cloth. He wormed himself down into the seat that would in a plane be occupied by either the observer or the gunner. He looked down at us for a moment quizzically, and then, to Nils' clear annoyance and my slight amusement, kept the site covered so that he could use it without our seeing the full details. "Where's Julia May?" he suddenly demanded, and my own heart missed a beat. Julia May was the doctor's niece, and I had high hopes that some day I would stand beside her at the altar. For Julia May, the daughter of Short Circuit's brother, who had married a Bavarian Catholic, which explained Julia May's blonde hair and stalwart faith, was of consuming interest to me. As if in answer to the sharp question, the lab door again opened, and in came Julia May. I wanted to hurry over and take her hand, but a quick look told me that she was there in her not infrequent post as secretary to take down the unintelligible jargon that old Short Circuit tossed at her as he worked. She nodded her blonde head at Nils and at me, and sat down at the crowded table, pencil and paper ready. When old Short Circuit went to work, believe me, everybody about the place moved fast, and today he was working at almost hysterical speed. No explanations were needed to tell us that he was testing the site, testing it in miniature, but with that exact precision that marked all his experiments. Nils and I were simply hopping at his commands. Into the miniature bomb rack we put the small lead pellets that represented the loads of death. Old Short Circuit barked his orders. "Draw a cross on a sheet of white paper. Get the paper from her." Julia May was simply her around the laboratory, a pronoun, along with this piece of steel and that spring. "No, not a thick cross, just 2 penciled lines and thin." I obeyed orders with all possible alacrity. "Now lay the paper under me. On the floor. Any place between the support's 4 legs." I obeyed, placing the paper a little off to the side and behind him. Then Nils and I stood back while the doctor shot at Julia May a succession of short words, each of them alone making sense, none of them having the slightest meaning in the context that was his own invention. And just as we were expecting him to begin his test, he stopped, looked down at us, and laughed sharply. That Dean, that shyster of the scientific world. I make no effort to reproduce his heavy accent. The human voice can produce what written language struggles in vain to capture. And that tall Frenchman with his fine manners. I am an exiled German, but I am a German still. I love America for what it has done for me and mine, but not France, and not the Dean. He shook his head violently. And not England either. When I deliver this bomb sight, it will be to the government that saved me from death and starvation, to your president, or to the man, whatever his name, that runs your army and your navy. To no one else. No, not to no one. And then again, in one of those lightning changes, he barked, On your knees, watch the target, move it to a new place after each shot, and a report. Nils and I were on our knees, I with my fingers gripping the far corner of the square of white paper, for I knew that he would want speed. The first pellet fell, hitting the pencil cross at exactly the point where the lines touched. I moved the square of paper, first slowly, and then, on his harsh urging from above, faster and faster, and, from the place where ultimately would be a bomb rack, dropped a rain of lead pellets that rolled about me on the floor, but not before each of them, with almost terrifying precision, had hit the pencil lines at the exact point of their crossing. I needed no explanation to make clear what was happening. The bomb sight, lifted by a plane high into the air, would be accurate enough to hit a spot relatively as minute as the infinitesimal point where two pencil lines form the juncture of a cross. In a flash the words of Wise came back into my mind. Why had he mentioned hitting a red cross? Just as if he had known that that very afternoon we would be training our imaginary bombs on the center of a penciled cross? The rain of pellets had stopped. I heard Nils pull in his breath in a gasp of appreciation. For myself, I sat back on my heels, feeling pretty sick. War wasn't terrible enough, I thought, without this new device that gave a destroyer of houses and villages the power to pick out a baby lying in his cradle. "Help me out," ordered old Short Circuit, and the two of us held the ladder while he rheumatically climbed down. From the floor level he faced us, not asking a question, but telling us a triumphant result. The pellets, they hit the exact center of the cross every time. 9. We nodded, Nils in reverence, I'm afraid, in a feeling of momentary revulsion. Julia May joined us, her hands on my arm. She sensed how I was feeling. She always did. We had talked much, we two, of war and its horrors. "You got what I dictated?" he demanded of her. "Every word, Uncle," she answered, folding the paper and slipping it into an envelope. "Good," he replied, and then walked over to the table. "Gentlemen," he said, facing us, leaning against the table, "I wish to thank you. The factors of luck and accident are now gone out of airplane bombing. Henceforth, when a bomb falls, it hits precisely the point at which it is aimed, be that a single gun, the funnel of a battleship, the top of a radio antenna, the center of an ammunition dump." I exploded. "Or an old lady crouching behind a tree, or a wounded soldier in his bed, or a baby in its mother's arms, or a girl kissing her soldier lover good-bye." There was tense, painful silence. I felt Julia May's hand tighten on my arm, and then release its grip. Old Short Circuit looked at me thoughtfully. "So," he said, softly to himself, "so," and then, "Sit down, light your pipes. I want to talk." And we sat. It wasn't often that old Short Circuit deigned to explain himself, but now I felt that he was trying, and doing a pretty good job considering his struggles with a language that he used only to make the necessary orders for an experiment. "You are wrong. That hell on earth is what I am trying to stop. Once on a time when men dropped a bomb, what would it hit? Who knew? Maybe a soldier, maybe a nursing sister, maybe a battleship, maybe a baby carriage. With this, no, only the soldier, only the ship, Oh, I know it is horrible that it must be the soldier, the ship. But as long as men fight, so long must we who do not want to fight resist them. Not crudely, clumsily, with sticks, with pitchforks, but brilliantly, effectively, with science, with unwavering skill. And when I remember how they treated me and mine, these men in their heavy boots and colored shirts, when I think of how, from another direction, they come wearing the color of blood, I am glad if I give to the land that saved me and mine a weapon to hold back from you and yours. He swung his eyes straight at me. The things that would kill and ruin and enslave you forever. He might have talked further, but the phone rang. He answered it himself, leaving us sitting silently in a little huddle. From his tone we all knew that he was talking with his wife. It was the patient, affectionate, yet slightly frightened voice he always used in talking with her. None of us knew the story of how he came to marry this relatively young woman. Julia May didn't want to talk about it, for she and her aunt found it difficult enough to live in the same house. There was a legend that he had married the young woman because she had been engaged to one of his relatives who died, and that only by his marrying her could she get out of Germany. We tried not to listen to his tired, patient voice, for we knew that it reflected the unhappiness of the marriage and the patent selfishness of this young and beautiful Mitzi. Nils left us when we were outside the physics building. The doctor had remained on in the laboratory. Julia May and I walked slowly down the road, and when Dick pulled up behind us in his famous car, we accepted his offer of a lift. "Let's go out to the field and see how the Flyers look today," he suggested. It was a place to go, so we agreed. What had once been a secondary playing field, the university had handed over to the government for the training of the young aviators. A temporary hangar opened its yawning mouth onto the new concrete runway. There were planes of various makes and ages standing about, with that peculiar lifelessness that characterizes a plane at rest. In and out of the field moved the government's mechanics, the instructors, and the young student flyers. Only it took no clairvoyance to know that over the field hung a horrible pall. Harry, his goggles swinging from his hand, dashed up to the car as we pulled in. We saw fear and tragedy in his face. "Young Cass," he said in quick gasps. "You remember him, the red-headed kid that was such a whiz from the day he started? Well, he cracked up. Nobody quite knows how. But what difference does that make?" Harry's face twitched in quick grief. "He's as dead now as he'll be after a dozen inquests and investigations. And me, I don't know whether I've got the guts to go on with it. That makes 3 in the past week and a half. 3 gone to God." He broke his goggles in the intensity of his emotion. We sat wordless. The 2 preceding deaths had shaken the campus to its depth. This new death was just so much unnecessary horror added to the situation. I felt my nerves stretching again. Sidney Weiss walked by. With him was a young mechanic, brown from the sun, but browner naturally and clearly not an American. Weiss grinned at us. "Another eagle's wings clipped," he said with his callous cruelty. "Rodriguez here says Cass was entirely to blame." The mechanic shrugged his shoulders in a Latin gesture. "Stalled his machine in midair," he said. "No excuse for it, no reason. I don't know, but do American college boys make good aviators? I doubt it." In my saner moments, I should have resented the use of force, but at that particular moment, I was glad when Harry wheeled, struck swiftly, and looked down at the form of the mechanic stretched out on the ground at his feet. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Clouds Cover the Campus by Daniel A. Lord S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 2. During that long circuit of the preliminary scenes, I left myself, and incidentally you, standing in old Short Circuit's laboratory, to return to that now gruesome spot. Often I have wondered what precisely I should do if I stumbled upon a freshly murdered man. I guess that's because when in a film the hero starts back and places a fevered hand on his forehead, I groan inside, shift uncomfortably in my seat, and think, punk direction, not the way I'd do it. Well, as it turned out, that wasn't the way I did it. I just stood there looking at the laboratory of recent tragedy, and except for a feeling in the pit of my stomach that I have when the elevator drops too fast, I was almost deadly calm. I should have made more gestures, gone into more emotional excitement, if I'd found old Short Circuit only asleep. That, I remember thinking, would have been the real surprise. Queer how cool we are in the face of horror and tragedy. But whatever the external excitement I may have manifested, I know that the sight of old Eisenberg dead whittled my perceptions to diamond point. I know I saw all the details in that room with a clarity I'd never had before. I saw lying on the littered table an innocent-looking envelope that had Julia May's handwriting on it. It was addressed to her uncle. I noticed the cancelled stamp and knew it had been mailed to him, and I thought at the time that obvious spots are the perfect hiding places. I saw on the floor something small and bright that looked as if it had rolled from the professor's fingers, and flung far by the fall of the bomb site lay the one thing that neither Nils nor I had ever been allowed to see, the essential eyepiece of the bomb site. When the rest of the machine had been smashed in the fall, that had shot into a corner where only I, who knew the laboratory so thoroughly, would have thought of looking. These trifles I saw for the simple reason that I was looking for them. The open and hurricane-tossed files, the drawers of his laboratory desk one disorderly mess of jumbled junk. This I had expected. This interested me not in the least. I snapped off the light, closed and locked the door quietly from the inside, and with a faint light from the campus guiding me, I picked up the envelope, pocketed the bright small object, and caught tight in my palm the essential eyepiece. Then harsh, insistent knuckles beat on the panel of the laboratory door. I stood stock still, my mind in perfect focus, my nerves without a quiver. In an instant I made my decision. Whatever happened, I couldn't be caught with a freshly murdered man there at my feet. It was no trick to imitate old Short Circuit's voice. We all did it around the campus, part of the varsity jargon. So in his thick accent I cried, "Who's there?" "Michael," came the voice of the janitor, who naturally enough didn't know that his campus name was Charlie. And then I could almost hear his sigh of relief. "You are all right? Professor, tell me you are all right? Some time ago I heard a crash. Then, I thought, running feet. I was in bed, but I came at last." I put all of the professor's irritation and annoyance into my rasping voice. "Go away, you old fool," I shouted. "Go back to bed. I dropped a test tube, and he comes to spy on me. Leave me in peace, you nuisance." Even through the thick door I could hear Charlie snort. Test tube, yeah, in heavy irony. But he obeyed the order of the pseudo-professor, and I heard his limping feet move back down the corridor, and the door of his room slam shut. Now was the time to escape. I cut across the dark room toward the door, but just as I laid my hand on the knob, the phone rang. To answer or not to answer? If I didn't, Charlie would think it strange and would come back. If I did, I should have to go on with my masquerade, with possible unpleasant consequence to myself. In swiftly planned compromise, I lifted the phone and held it to my ear. But I said nothing. An impatient voice was shouting into the phone an annoyed and insistent "Hello?" Even that one word was shrouded in a thick vocal disguise. It was a night for false voices, I thought in my secret heart. "Hello, hello, hello," continued the voice. I could almost feel the intensity with which he waited for an answer. Then came a sigh of relief, a sudden markedly German "Gott," and I was holding a dead receiver in my hand. If up to that point I had been calm enough and holding my nerves like the reins guiding a dozen teams of coach horses, for the next few minutes I came near going all to pieces. For now there was nothing for it but to get out of that laboratory, down the hall, and back to my room. I managed it, heaven knows how. In my own room I pulled the paper out of the envelope I had stolen and made a quick substitution, tossed the small bright object into my collar box for further investigation, and looked about the room for a hiding place for the eyepiece. Maybe just for your entertainment, in case you are one of those neat and methodical souls, I ought to describe my room. Or shall I spare your feelings? Shall I omit details of the coffee pot on the table since morning, of half a cupful of grey, dismal coffee standing cold and repulsive, of the books that lay in geological strata on the floor, of the chairs which hospitably served so many capacities that there was not one chair left on which to sit? Anyhow, while you're having your laugh at the world's untidiest room, I'll hide the eyepiece, if you don't mind. That's just in case someone should think of me and come calling, for I'm quite sure his search will be thorough when and if he calls. Next I did a crazy thing. I called Dick and Harry, in that order, and said, "I've a hunch, queer as it may seem, that old Short Circuit is still working on that bomb site. Want to drop up and beard the lion, and maybe wangle a drink?" Dick and Harry are always ready for anything, provided it comes after 10 at night, so they yapped a cheerful affirmative. And soon Dick's car, which looks like the last car left on a second-hand lot, and rides like something off the Indianapolis Speedway, was at the door of Hadley. We picked up Harry and raced back to the laboratory. I kept them talking so that they wouldn't think of looking up at the professor's telltale windows, now dark. We meandered up the stairs and down the corridor. Light leaked through the transom of old Charlie's room, so I paused, pounded on the door, and heard the old fellow creak out of bed and across the floor. "Just dropping in to see old Short Circuit," I explained, "unless of course you insist on our stopping with you for a glass of vintage wine." Charlie, standing there in the dim light, looked more like Charles Lawton than ever. He was a queasy old bird, no doubt of that, and the memory of the murdered man on whom we were going to call, and the sight of this twisted cripple as a sort of porter at the gate, gave me a real attack of nerves. I know I felt sweat on my forehead. I hoped that the light that was at his back and on our faces wasn't giving me away. But Charlie was grumbling. "Then why don't you see him?" he growled. "He's working in there, right enough. I knocked a few minutes ago, so just open the door. He may not answer if you knock." Then, dismissing us in the way he shook off all the wild brood of American students, he violently waggled his head and muttered, "Mad, mad. If they go to college they are all mad." And he shut us off into the dark corridor. Naturally, the professor didn't answer my insistent knocking. Naturally, I followed the blessed cue dropped by Charlie and opened the door. As if by instinct, my hand reached for the switch. And when I threw it on, I did just what the hero always does in the films. I started back. I gripped the side of the door. I threw the back of my hand to my mouth and gave a highly dramatic and splendidly directed imitation of a man startled in the unexpected presence of death. Dick and Harry, however, were so engrossed with what they saw that they had little time to applaud my absolute authentic performance. Next thing I knew, Dick was on the phone, calling first the police and then, proper order, it occurred to me, the dean. "Julia May!" I cried, thinking really for the first time of what this would mean to her. Harry, who always knows exactly what to do, took over. "We'll stay until the police and the dean come," he said. "You go over and tell Julia May. Maybe his wife ought to be told, too." And into that afterthought he put all the ironic suspicion that the campus felt where Mrs. Eisenberg was concerned. At any rate, I knew that it would be easier for me to be out of the way when the questions began to pop. So, leaving Dick and Harry to do what explaining might have to be done by someone who had just stumbled on a murdered man, I caught the ignition key Dick tossed me, left the laboratory, rapped on Charlie's door with an imperative, "Get dressed and go to the lab. The professor's been murdered," and cut off for the little bungalow in the far corner of the campus where Eisenberg had been established when first he came from Germany. I had expected that I might have to arouse the family. Instead, I found the living room lights on and the veranda doors open, the pan-velvet lamplight unwinding itself into the gloom. It's never much fun being the bearer of bad news. Much less so is it when the girl is someone very important to you and the woman is someone you dislike. Still, I knocked gently on the door jamb and heard Mitzi Eisenberg's steps and voice moving toward me. "Ah, good evening." She smiled with the smile she had had for all the professor's graduate students. It left me as chilled as an icebox cake. Maybe some people like the type. I prefer honest cotton to imitation silk. I raised my voice so that if the light upstairs meant that Julia May was still reading, she'd hear me and come down without a special call. "May I see you for just a minute, Mrs. Eisenberg?" I asked. Her manner was a poem in motion, a poem of hospitality and feminine charm, a little on the unconsciously Dorothy Parker side. "But first," said she, "you must meet Dr. Elwell. Doctor, this is one of my husband's favourite students, and I believe he is by way of being a bit of a genius, aren't you, Tom?" Her smile was like sun on lemon sherbet. "Dr. Elwell is really a famous explorer, although this is the first time he's explored the jungles of an American campus. Won't you mix yourself a drink, Tom?" The doctor was as foreign as a European passport. He even clicked his heels when he bowed to acknowledge the handshake. If he had been wearing a monocle, I should have said, "Hello, Mr. von Stroheim," without thinking, and if he had tossed me a mouthful of gutturals by way of first comment, I should have been not in the least surprised. Instead, he simply said, "Charmed," which wasn't enough conversation to give me a sample of his particular dialect, and buried his face in the circumference of a highball. I wondered if I dared risk, "Quick, Henry, the flit." Then I decided he might have seen the American ads. Anyhow, a beloved voice brought me around, and in the doorway stood Julia May. "What's wrong, Tom? What's happened?" she cried with that marvelous telepathy that makes women read your mind. I told him as quietly as I could. Mitzi screamed and threw herself on the davenport. "Ah," I thought as he bent to her side, "Elwell is not a medical doctor, but he's willing to substitute." Julia May's lips quivered, and then she said quietly, "I'll get my coat, and a cape for you, Mitzi," and was gone. By the time we reached the laboratory, it was fairly overflowing with people. Local police, reporters who hadn't had a story like this in the history of Rockledge, Dean Rothen giving a fine imitation of a duck that has hatched rattlesnake eggs, Sidney Weiss of the Daily Rock Ledger looking superior, but very wide-eyed and alert, and a dozen or more supernumeraries. Mitzi Eisenberg had been to the movies too. She knew just what a loving wife does when she first sees the body of her beloved murdered husband. She was just about to throw herself upon him, after one of the most dramatic room crossings since the days of Mrs. Siddons, when two detectives caught her and held her suspended midway. "Don't, lady," said the younger. "Not till we've taken pictures and made a complete examination." Cops have neither a sense of drama nor a feeling for romance. Mitzi's face had a time of it hiding the fact that she despised them for it. Julia May crossed the room and stood looking down at the man who had been a father to her, and more than that in the hour of her need. She didn't say a word, but the tears that streaked her cheeks needed no glycerin priming. You can easily tell real grief by what it does to lips, even when there is no sound. I heard the grinding of brakes and the squeal of rubber on the drive outside. I was near the window, and I glanced out. The sleek, military-looking car of Morin had pulled up in a miraculous stop. Out jumped a chauffeur and orderly, small, efficient, silent, who threw open the door. The long athletic legs of the French aviator hit the ground with a startling speed, and were instantly in motion toward the science building and us. Some men have the gift of taking command. Morin is one of them. When he entered the room, every one of us swung toward him, accepting his leadership without his needing to demand our obedience. He was across the room in long, nervous strides, and kneeling at the side of the murdered professor. This time none of the cops objected as he gently turned the battered head and then covered it with a fine linen handkerchief. Slowly he rose and took in that room with eyes that had learned to suck up every detail of a landscape 15,000 feet below him. "The motive is clear," he said, talking now straight to the dean, who was still jittering without the need of adequate music. "The bomb site." His slim, carefully gloved hand swept the room and came to rest in exact point at the smashed bomb site. Once more he was down on his knees, this time examining the wreckage that littered the floor. "Broken beyond hope of reconstruction," he muttered, and then his brilliant eyes again swept the room, "and the essential piece is missing." He looked up and at each of us in turn as if his X-ray eyes were boring into our persons and would come to rest upon the telltale piece. "If we can find that, we can find the murderer." Deep down in my heart, I hoped that if that were logic, they'd not find the man with the eyepiece. Again he was on his feet, and now he was facing me. "You work with the professor. I believe." I nodded. I could as well deny the color of my hair or the hypothesis that I'd had a father and a mother. "You could construct that again, supposing, that is, that the essential piece was located?" I shook my head. "No one but the professor ever saw it completely put together. Nils and I just helped make the individual parts. He never showed us the plans." Morin moved to the wreck files and paused at the rifled drawers. "So there were plans. They must have got those." I shrugged. If anyone was to answer that, Julia May was the one. Involuntarily, my eyes sought hers. She picked up the look as if it had tossed her a cue. "I can soon tell you," she answered, and swept aside a few things that littered the table. She turned and faced Morin. "They're gone. Not that I think they'll do anyone much good. My uncle dictated in code. In fact, the plans looked very much like a personal letter. But they're gone. Someone must have suspected or known." And uncomfortably, I realized that she was fully aware that if anyone knew about the plans seeming to be like a letter, it was Nils or myself. And Nils, as far as we knew, had not as yet even heard of the tragedy. Morin suddenly whirled around and leveled his cold, penetrating eyes on Charlie. The old janitor was far back in the corner, and I was amazed to see that there was genuine grief in his eyes. Indeed, from the way he twisted his fingers and struggled to keep his lips firm, I should have said that he and Julia May were the only two in the room who felt authentic sorrow. "You," said Morin, an officer hot on the scent, with no time for personal feelings. "When that thing crashed, you sat in your room and did nothing?" Charlie hunched forward, the tears glistening in his eyes. As he started to speak, I saw Morin's chauffeur bring to the doorway Dr. Elwell. We had left him downstairs. Curiosity or simple bad taste had evidently made him persuade the chauffeur to bring him up. Now the two of them, an incongruous pair, stood staring at the drama before them. Charlie looked up from under those hedges of eyebrows, but his face was transparently guiltless. "I am an old man," he said. "I go to bed early. Yes, I did hear the crash. I did finally get up. I knocked on the door. I asked if he was all right." "And you got silence?" concluded Morin for him. "Then why didn't you immediately suspect?" The innocent look on Charlie's face gave way to bewilderment. "I don't understand," he muttered. "He answered me." "He what?" I think fully 6 voices shouted the question. If there was anyone in the room who didn't feel inclined to ask it, that sole person was myself. The old janitor thrust out his jaw. He saw that they thought he was crazy or lying. I stood as far back as I could in the shadows and watched the faces. They were worth watching, believe me. People don't take it easily when a credible witness tells them that a dead man spoke, and what's more, told him that he, the corpse, was quite all right. I asked him if anything was wrong. He told me to go to bed and not be an old fool, just like he always called me. He called me an old fool. The janitor dwelt on that as if it had been a compliment. I must say that I stood a little in awe of my own prowess as an actor. Dean Rothen, who couldn't stay long out of the spotlight without developing a nervous itch, sprang forward. "This is nonsense. Why, the professor was dead, clearly dead, killed by the blow that smashed the precious bomb site. And this man here says—" Poor Charlie suddenly began to look abjectly guilty, and reviewing the whole situation, I realized that he might be the man. He had been alone up here. He had not moved when the bomb site crashed. He might have heard me, probably did hear me come down the corridor. What finer way of throwing me off the scent, all of us off the scent, than to pretend he thought the professor, somehow I couldn't think of him as old Short Circuit any longer, was alive. But what, I puzzled, must he have thought when the dead man answered? If he were guilty, could he have taken that as calmly as he did? But Morin was talking again, once more in accepted authority. I was glad that he was so keenly on the job. There was something so magnificently efficient, so upright, strong about him. Yet, on the other hand, if he found that I had been there and dabbled with evidence, carried off essential pieces. With a shudder, I realized that once again I had simply not been able to mind my own business. And his next statement gave me goosebumps that covered me the way Gopher Hills covered a western prairie. "Dean," this with quiet certainty. I strongly advise your calling in the government at once. These gentlemen," and like the polite Frenchman he was, he bowed to the local police, "are excellent, but this concerns the world's greatest bomb site. Clearly this splendid man deliberately threw himself against the uprights and smashed the machine even as the traitor was striking him with a deadly weapon. But still the traitor or traitors have the plans, whether or not they can read them, and the essential eyepiece is gone. Dean, may I suggest that without delay you call in the FBI or the Army Intelligence?" And we all knew that he had spoken sound wisdom. By some campus underground telegraph, we all learned that Morin was to talk to the aviation cadets the next morning. So Dick, Harry, and I were down to hear what he had to say. Since the beginning of the government school, we had come to admire this brilliant aviator. We knew that the young aviators fairly adored him. They were standing at ease when Dick's car pulled up at the field, and we hopped out. Almost at the same minute, Morin's chauffeur whirled his powerful car alongside ours, and Morin, hardly waiting for the car to stop, was out and in the midst of the young men. From the corner of my eye I saw Sidney Weiss, pencil and pad in hand, waiting to catch the talk. As we sauntered past him, he spat acid in our direction. "Let us now all die for our country as the great Professor Eisenberg died," he mimicked. "Let us learn by our skill in killing how to make up for the loss of the precious bomb site that would have facilitated the slaughter of tens of thousands." Dick thrust out his jaw. "It was a pal of mine that socked you the last time. How about my taking a turn now?" "Why not?" asked Weiss insolently. "What more adequate solution of any problem could you find than a sock in the jaw? After all, there is no argument like force. You believe it. They," and he waved at the young aviators, "they believe it, so prove I'm wrong. Knock me down." As if he knew from instinct that this was no time for lengthy orations, Morin stood in the midst of the young aviators and packed all he had to say into short phrases. "I believe that Professor Eisenberg died last night for our country, your country, as truly as does a man who was slain on the battlefield. I believe that the same forces that drove him from the country reached out and slew him here. You and the 20,000 young men like you are training for the day when, free eagles of the air, you will turn back the vultures that come from slave states. That's all. I shall watch the morning flights with special interest today. Carry on." What he said in hardly more than a conversational tone. But when he had finished, those whose turn it was to take the flight aloft almost leaped to their planes. Little as I like war, and much as I hate the lack of faith, the lack of human love that make war necessary, I myself got a thrill as they took off. 3, and then 3, and then 3, small V's mounting until there were 12 of them in the air, and moving in the simple formations they had learned in their brief training. Dick and Harry and I sat in his queer old car and watched them fly. "The stuff out of which comes the world's greatest flying," said Dick. And Harry, who was still too recent a pilot for more than a simple solo flight, watched them, bright little searchlights in his eyes. Then suddenly things started to happen. The second 3 seemed to melt out of shape. One of the planes, the one to the right, was clearly out of control. Then in the third 3, the middle plane, started to waver and to do things that even my utterly amateur eye knew to be wrong. False, terrifying. I saw Morin rush across the field from the car, near which he had been standing, to the station from which the ground radio man kept in constant communication with the college's young student flyers. The 3 of us were out of our car and across the field in record time, and near enough to Morin to hear him barking through the transmitter, which he held in his hand. His face was pale and sweaty. His words were staccato with apprehension. "Rodney and Watkins." He was probably talking to the 2 in trouble. "Never mind the planes. Bail out. The rest of you spread. Wide." It was as if in the stress of things he had forgotten technical terms. Perhaps he was thinking of them in French, and finding that they slipped away before the unfamiliar English synonyms. All over the field stood little knots, so many tight, motionless statues. Not a muscle seemed to move. Helplessly, all were riveted by fear and hopelessness to the ground. We saw the planes spread out, leaving room for the disabled planes to find their crazy way about. Out of the second plane Rodney bailed. We watched him, not breathing until the silk mushroom of his chute opened. Watkins leaped, plummeted downward, and it seemed that even from that distance we could see him fumbling with the ripcord. Fumbling. With no results. Was the lad frightened beyond power of self-control? Had the chute inexplicably stuck? What had happened? Not that any of us much cared for reasons. We saw only that one of our pals, hurtling down through space with his parachute strapped to his back, would in a matter of divided seconds be splattered over the training field. I couldn't look. I could only feel horribly sick as I knew the end had come. When I opened my eyes, the first man I saw was Weiss, riding furiously, his eyes riveted on the spot where the young aviator had landed. My talon-like fingers gripped his arm and tore the pad away. "Don't you dare write that story, you ghoul!" I cried. "Why not?" he asked. "The glory of war, my friend." I ripped the pad into small pieces and flung them away from me. His teeth bared in a humorless smile. "Drama, eh? Why, that futile gesture? Every second of this is written here." He tapped his forehead. "And here." He tapped his heart. "And what I saw, the rest are going to know." He spun away from me and into another pair of hands, stronger than mine and more compelling. Morin was holding him, his eyes glazed with agony. "If you love your country, Weiss," he cried, "play this down, not up." "Perhaps I love my country, which is, by the way, my country and not yours, better than you think." Weiss was white with anger. "I'll print it for the good of the rest, who may not have to die as these did." "I forbid you to print it." "Forbid?" Weiss crammed irony into the word and then walked slowly away. That evening an advance issue of the Daily Rock Ledger appeared with the full story of the fall. Somehow Weiss had found that Watkins' chute had been so folded that there was no chance of it ever being opened, and the account Rodney gave of his faltering plane, incoherent and excited as the account must have been, indicated clearly that something must have been done to the engine that caused it to betray its pilot. Associated Press carried the story across the land. Senators began to make speeches about the waste of life in the college aviation program. Mothers and fathers wrote to the colleges, ordering their sons to withdraw from training. And then I met Morin, striding toward the field. I thought he looked as he must have looked when the French army backed up step by step before the advancing German tanks. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Clouds Cover the Campus by Daniel A. Lord S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 3. The local police took over with all the secret quiet and calm of a fleet of Model T Fords arriving outside a sleeping dormitory. You never saw so much activity with so few results. We were taken down to headquarters as witnesses and quizzed in a manner that was in vogue when Nick Carter was in his prime, and they asked us so many questions that they had to ask most of them 3 or 4 times. Plainly they were acting on the supposition that we were all guilty. In fact, you'd think it was a mass murder with one man murdered and the rest of us, Nils, Charlie, and myself, the mass. Still, it was almost fun. If I'd been guilty, I should probably have preferred not to have my face all over the newspapers. Criminals are notably camera-shy. Me, I just loved myself on the front page, especially since the reporters couldn't say any more than I was the one who discovered the victim. But Nils resented the whole performance furiously. "A lot of village mutts playing Belgian police dogs and bloodhounds," he jeered when we were walking home from one of the grillings. And the reporters who came flocking in from all the big newspapers were worse. They even found, swiped is the more correct word, a picture of me in a swimming suit and ran it with the subtitle, "Finds bomb site victim. I'll bet the readers thought I dived for him." The university buried old Short Circuit. Sorry, but the dear, familiar name slipped out, with great pomp. He rated it, and we all shed real tears. The magnificent chapel of Rockledge was jammed to the clerestory. It's a great building, that chapel, big as a circus tent and empty as the stadium in midwinter. Every line in the building called for something up there where there wasn't an altar. but the architects went right ahead and made it Gothic, a church without anyone living in it. Julia May let me stay with her through the funeral. I know we both wished there could be a requiem mass for the old fellow, but since there couldn't be, I was glad that a great scientist like Milligan was there to speak his praise, and the U.S. government sent a detachment of Marines to accompany him to the grave. That was a sort of wistful honor to the smashed bomb site. Soon the campus resumed its normal life. The aviators taught the collegians how to fly. For a matter of 5 days, nobody crashed. Moran began to look less like somebody whose favorite son had just run off with a gun mole and the contents of the First National Bank. And I began to wonder what in blazes was the matter with a country where a big man like Eisenberg can get popped off, the government lose a bomb site they've been standing on tiptoe to get, and not a step be taken. Was I fooled? How in thunder would anybody, I ask you, suspect that the little bespectacled, lawyerish-looking chap, he might have been your instructor in biology or Dr. Milquetoast himself, and the tall, gangling stranger that hung around the varsity dumps, the campus cozy corner, for one, paging through the picture magazines and drinking cokes, were men from the FBI. I know I was fooled. But when they fooled Sidney Weiss, they must be smart. In fact, the first I knew that they were something more than unoffending bystanders was one day when Nils and I were puttering away in the little auxiliary lab near Short Circuit's place, and a knock fairly cracked the door. I yelled, "Come in," absently, and the little bespectacled chap and the gangling guy walked in. Without any invitation from us, they sat down, swayed their chairs against the wall, and opened fire. And boy, oh boy, what a withering barrage they laid down. In voices that you had to strain to hear, and did strain to hear once they started, they raked Nils and me until we really began to think we had committed the murder, maybe in a fit of amnesia, or perhaps just to raise money to lift the family mortgage. The bespectacled fellow, whose name was Green, we never did find out whether he had a first name, so we called him Paris for short, sat there and told me the story of my life until I knew I didn't like my life one bit. It was almost like a priest in a confessional starting to tell you what you'd done, and knowing what you'd done heap sight more clearly than you knew. He even found out that the preceding summer I'd borrowed $500 to buy a second-hand car, cracked the thing up, left it in a nice cool ditch, and failed to let Dad know what happened. He knew how many letters I received from the finance company, and just how much money I still owed, which is plenty. All the time, the gangling guy, whose name, ironically, was Shorty, something or other, chewed gum, ate mints in slow, noisy crunches, and chain-smoked cigarettes. Once in a while he asked a question that sounded as innocent as, "Nice day, isn't it?" And that proved to be a time bomb. Then they turned to Nils. You don't have to be a psychologist to know that after the performance they had put me through, Nils was as nervous as a man making his first high dive. They asked him his name, his age, his height, his favorite color, and normal diet. Well, almost. And then, "You're registered in the university records as a Dane," said Paris Green. Nils nodded. "That would make you a Dane," said Green, superfluously. And I wondered what kind of a fool he was. Nils nodded again. "Except for the fact that you were born in Berlin, that your mother and father were both native-born Germans, whose parents had come to Germany from Denmark 10 or 12 years before either of your parents were born, and that your father was a Prussian artillery officer in the late World War," continued Green in the same flat voice that was all ice and flowing nitroglycerin. I thought Nils was going to faint. I know that I almost gasped in surprise. I had always regarded the young fellow with whom I worked as some sort of Scandinavian. And here all the time he was a German working around old Short Circuit's bomb site. Nils talked fast, and I must confess his story sounded convincing. Green was right. He was a German, but he had taken out Danish citizenship papers, first papers only, after his father had died, and Nils and his mother learned from the Gestapo that his mother had non-Aryan blood in her veins. "Some enemy reported it," he said, and there was a sob in his voice. But that was enough. We were hustled out of our house in the middle of the night and taken to the border. My mother had been sick, bad heart, nervous condition following my father's death. We got into Denmark, dumped there by the police. We didn't have a cent to our name. I did the best I could for her. She died. I wanted to be a Danish citizen. I started to be. And then, because Germany was too close to Denmark, and I was afraid, I came to this country." He turned fiercely to the FBI men, who sat like a pair of frozen turtles gazing into an empty pond. "Do you think I had much reason to love Germany? Should I have been otherwise than glad when I met Eisenberg and had a chance to work with him on a bomb site that might someday revenge my mother? I'm neither a detective nor a psychologist, but the speech rang all the bells with me. And though I'm slow in some things, I didn't miss the flicker that passed between the two FBI men. You couldn't tell me that they weren't impressed, too." Shorty uncoiled his 6'3" and walked down the hall. Presently he returned with Charlie, looking more the hunchback than had Charles Lawton himself. Green gazed up at us through his glasses. I was beginning to think they were as useless as the famous ones of Harold Lloyd, and motioned him to a wooden laboratory chair. "Now about the death of your cousin," said Green, and I know I came up a few feet out of my chair. Old Charlie didn't even look surprised. He looked as if a sagging mass of plaster in the ceiling that he had long expected to fall had crashed on top of him. "Why didn't you tell anybody you two were cousins?" Charlie looked pathetically dumb. "Why should I? I am the janitor, he the great professor. He wanted to tell. I preferred it this way." Green didn't even bother to answer, but you knew in a glance that he didn't believe the story. "Whose was the woman's voice in the laboratory that night?" Charlie's answer was swift and over-emphatic. "There was no woman's voice." Green continued unperturbed. "But if there had been a woman's voice, it would naturally have been Mrs. Eisenberg's, wouldn't it?" Charlie shook his big head in stupid denial. Green lit a cigarette. "Too bad that Mrs. Eisenberg doesn't like her relatives, isn't it? I should think the professor would have hated keeping the relationship between you quiet, just because of a woman's desire to be socially important on the campus." So that was it. I didn't for a moment put it past the good Mitzi. She was a climber if one ever lived, and if she had happened to have a janitor for a relative, kin by blood and kin through marriage, she was more than likely to keep it a secret and force her husband into the contemptible conspiracy. Charlie said nothing. He didn't have to. I felt both my admiration and dislike for Green growing to gigantic proportions. At that he had still another shot to fire. "Especially when you were the one who told the professor of the vacancy in Rockledge. Darn decent of you to find a job for an exiled relative. Darn indecent of her to refuse to let you be properly thanked." For a moment I thought that Charlie was going to talk. You could see that he wanted to defend the dead professor, and that he would be glad enough to hit out at the unfair affair Mitzi. Then his big, loose mouth closed slowly. "You found the professor at what time did you say?" This to me. "I gave the time of my arrival with Dick and Harry." He turned to Charlie. "And you talked to him through the door? When?" Charlie gave the time of our disguised conversation, fully an hour earlier. Green lifted languid eyes to Shorty, who was hidden behind a cloud of cigarette smoke. "And the professor had been dead how long, according to the doctor who examined him?" 2.5 hours, replied Shorty, through gum, cigarette, and mint candy. "Which means, you see," Green said it as if it were really very important, "that you talked to him approximately half an hour after he was dead." He rose, and so did Shorty. It takes no detective story detective to discover that the professor was more than likely killed by someone who knew him. He let that someone in. They talked face to face, for the blow was delivered on his face. The professor knew him and evidently wasn't afraid of him. He looked sleepily at Charlie. "Why didn't you rush to him the minute you heard the crash?" To anyone but a student, Charlie's answer might have sounded sheerest nonsense. "I thought," he said, "that it was just one of the professor's experiments. He was a noisy worker. Or maybe some students cutting up." Shorty laughed, one short bark, and he and Green were gone. I'll admit that I was physically tired and tired of the whole affair, so when I walked into my disordered room, I was more than ready for bed. Little as I allowed myself to worry, my nerves were taut, and my sorrow for Eisenberg and my worry about Julia May were wearing me down. So I snapped on the light and made a quick, reassuring survey of the room, Nothing of the systematic disorder was disturbed. The room was the same old human junk shop that I loved. I left the ancient dishes on the table and brewed a cup of coffee. I poured the coffee into a fresh cup, drank it, got out of my clothes, and lay down wearily on my bed. Quickly, without sensation, I fell into a deep sleep. Then, how was I to know when, I started to dream? Or was it a dream? I couldn't be sure. I just knew that there was someone in the room and that I was struggling to wake up and see who it was. I had an awful feeling of fighting to recover consciousness, of hearing footsteps, not too careful or too noiseless, but footsteps that were swiftly and persistently and skillfully moving about my room. I had the sensation of light in my eyes, and then of the lights disappearing, and there seemed to be a strange smell in the room. Then I fell swiftly and sickeningly, and then blackness. When I awoke, the sun was fully up, and I had a headache so terrible that as I moved my head on my pillow, I groaned and closed my eyes again in an effort to shut out light and the blinding flash of pain. Tentatively, I moved my right hand up to touch my forehead. There was a welt there, long and painful. I felt choked and sickened, and my fingers touched a damp cloth, loosely wrapped around my nose and mouth. I managed with weak, uncertain fingers to get it off, and I held it up to look at it, not caring or daring to move my head. Chloroform, ether, one or the other. Somebody had welded me with a swift and skillful blow, and then covered my face with a chloroform cloth, while... For a long and painful minute I didn't care what that somebody had done or why. I just lay there with my eyes closed and my left hand motionless on the bedspread. Numb as my hand was, I knew there was some foreign object in it, and when I brought my hand up close to my face and opened it, something bright, identical with the other bright thing I had found in the professor's laboratory, fell out. Then I was up in a hurry, pain or no pain. I slipped the thing into my pocket of my pajamas and stuffed on top of it a handkerchief. I wondered if there was a better hiding place in the world than a man's pajama pocket. Who'd ever think of looking there? No, there was, I hoped, a still better hiding place. I managed to stagger across the room. What a mess it was! Whoever had hit me and administered the anesthetic had taken time to do a magnificently thorough job. Every drawer of my bureau was emptied. My clothes, such as they are, were all out of my closet, and even a glance showed me that all the pockets had been turned inside out and linings ripped and torn. My books were all over the floor, the pages clearly having been ruffled before the books were flung aside, and my little cabinet of prized physics instruments in the corner was a curiosity shop after a minor earthquake. No doubt about it, the somebody had come for something very definite, and I knew what it was. In the center of my breakfast table lay the envelope I had picked up in the professor's laboratory. Now it was empty. The thief evidently believed that he had the code plans for the gun site. I grinned to myself, wondering how long it would take him to realize that what he had stolen was really Julia May's letter to me, and that she really meant that she'd accept my proffer of a date, and that "I love you" really signified "I love you," and not a formula for some accurate optical lens. I stood hesitantly for a moment over the soiled breakfast dishes. Would they bother with a college man's disorderly housekeeping? I wondered. But the minute I picked up a cup half full of stale gray-brown coffee, I knew that I had not been outsmarted. It was heavier than a coffee cup should be. I poured the stale coffee into the wash basin, and there in the bottom of the cup lay the small, precious, utterly essential eyepiece of the bomb sight. It really didn't matter much where I put it now. Whoever searched my room will be sure now that I didn't have it, at least not in my room. So I grinned, even through my pain, as I threw the eyepiece into my tie box, which had been tossed about until the ties looked like a tangle of live eels, and I crawled back into bed. Dick and Harry met me in the campus cozy corner for lunch. The FBI men had done a little talking with them, too, and had made on them the same profound impression that they had made on me. Even a pair that had as little to do with the whole thing as Dick and Harry did felt a little nervous when Paris Green turned on the poison talk. We took the booth nearest the window, Dick and I where we could look out, Harry with his back to the street. Traffic was heavy for our small town. In fact, on the one narrow street of our small town, traffic is always heavy. I saw Morin's fine car roll by. Morin, sitting stone-faced and alert in the rear, his swarthy chauffeur guiding the powerful car among collegiate jalopies and trucks of farmers from the nearby farms. With Morin sat our old friend Paris Green, looking as absent-minded and scholarly and as harmless as ever. I mentioned their passing. Harry furnished the footnote. "Morin," he said, "is bringing the FBI men officially to the field. Of course, they've been snooping around, but nobody knew who they were, and I'll bet that unofficially they picked up a lot that's important. Now they're going to open the investigation of the crash deaths, and I'm darn glad. Maybe you think it's fun going up in a plane with the feeling that you may be the next one." We didn't have to comment on the well-known fact that 1/4 of the student corps had already withdrawn from training. Family pressure, the tears of frightened mothers, the newspaper uproar, and plain nervous fright. Who could blame them? For it's bad enough that youth has to die in the air when they're fighting for the defense of their country. It's a hopeless waste when they die before the enemy has even declared open war. Dick looked at my still welded forehead thoughtfully. I had given them a rapid sketch of the events of the night, as far as I knew them. I made no comment, however, on the eyepiece or the stolen letter. That was my secret. But Dick was doing some private thinking. "Who's Mitzi Eisenberg's foreign friend?" he asked. I told him what little I knew, and added that Julia May didn't like him, and that in the role of sympathetic friend he was hanging around the dead professor's house much too much. "You calling on Julia May tonight?" he asked. I nodded. I've been dropping over with more than ordinary regularity since her uncle's death. Quite aside from the fact that I felt she might need and want me a little, I was glad of an excuse for a bit of extra time with Julia May. "I'll drop in too," he said. "Let me keep my little surprise till then. I'd rather have your normal and undramatic reaction. Nothing startling, but it may be a clue." Julia May was waiting for me. We stood on the porch and talked. Inside, Mitzi was entertaining, or being consoled by her foreign friend. I liked him about the way you'd like a rattler curled on your sofa cushions, and I liked least the fact that he was so much in the house with Julia May. But I kept her mind off the subject and made her show me, as we sat in the porch swing under the porch light, some of the letters and telegrams that had poured in from her uncle's scientific confreres who heard of his death. Mrs. Eisenberg had been only too willing to let her open them and answer them. The good Mrs. Eisenberg hadn't an overdose of heart, that was sure. Then Dick's incredible car drove up to the door, and he and Harry piled out with a cheerful hail that might easily have attracted the attention of a ship 2 miles out at sea. We sat briefly on the porch, chinning, until Dick suggested that we go in and see Mitzi. So in we went, and Mitzi turned on the personality smile, and the foreign friend clicked his heels, and we all got the feeling that we were kids being received by the Baron and the Baroness in their ancestral salon. Mitzi was sweet and motherly and aloof. Elwell was all that a foreign diplomat might be to intruders he could not forcibly eject. That was the domestic picture, until Dick dropped his bomb. He did it without a sign of knowing what he was about to cause by way of major explosion. I was proud of Dick's acting ability. For myself, I nearly swallowed my soft palate. "I saw your car late last night, or rather, early this morning," he said to Mitzi. "I almost hailed you, but I was going fast, and so were you, so that would have been a wasted gesture." Mitzi turned and stood paralyzed. The foreign friend sat as if carved out of fresh limestone. "You drive well, sir," continued Dick, looking straight at him. "We nearly locked mudguards, but you cut fast, and I'm grateful for it." Mitzi managed to smile. "I didn't notice you," she said. "No," said Dick. "I'd been up in Field Hall, playing contract with some of the boys. They're loons for contract, and I was all hours before we got away. When I left them, it was terribly late. Just as I came near Tom's dorm, your car cut out." Mitzi shot a terrified look at Julia May. "We'd been dancing," she said. "Dancing?" There was horror in Julia May's voice. Mitzi's husband not dead a week, and Mitzi explaining her early morning hours by saying that she'd been dancing. Elwell cut in. "It was my idea. I felt that she was so tired, so nervous, so distraught, that it would be a rest for her to take the evening off. So I took her driving, and then I begged her to stop at the white coach and dance a bit. She didn't want to." "Oh, no, I didn't," she protested. "It was bad taste on my part, but blame me, not her." Julia May was blaming her with a hurt look, right enough. I thought for a moment of Hamlet, and wondered if Julia May wasn't looking at Mitzi as Hamlet might have looked at the Queen Mother. But Dick wasn't blaming Mitzi for dancing. In fact, one swift look at his barometric face, and I knew he didn't believe she'd been dancing. To his mind she was, likely as not, the mole who had driven an important car for the somebody or somebodies who had bashed me over the head and gone through my room with a thoroughly vigorous, if ineffective, comb. Anyhow, that put the evening on the rocks, so the three of us fellows piled Julia May into Dick's car, drove her around until she got the cry out of her system onto my more than willing shoulder, took her back to the house, now dark except for a faint nightlight in Mitzi's bedroom, and then turned back to my room. Dick and Harry threw themselves into more or less comfortable chairs, while I, with that instinctive gesture by which a person moves towards a radio in a quiet room, walked over, flicked the switch, and stood playing with the dial. A doll commercial was on, and my fingers automatically turned the dial. Who cared for soap or soup or the glories of some cough syrup at a time like this? With ghoulish delight I began to manipulate the outer dial and picked up police calls. They sounded almost trivial compared with the crimes that surrounded and involved us. A drunk, a domestic quarrel, a street fight. Then I did something I shall never be able to explain, unless it was once more instinct and providence combining to play a part. For mine was a very special radio. I had made it myself under the direction of old Short Circuit, and high above the normal shortwave reception I had built in a special shortwave that we ourselves used to use. As far as I knew, no one had ever developed so high a reception as that. Short Circuit was tremendously proud of it and swore me to complete secrecy. On it he could talk with me, though I could not answer him. His advantage, for the old gentleman didn't like people to answer him back. Anyhow, as far as I knew, no one else could reach me on that attenuated wavelength. So in view of the fact that the professor was dead, I should normally have expected to get nothing with that short wave. Yet my thoughtless fingers flicked the switch that threw the reception up into his range, and in that instant I almost went through the machine. For the radio was far from dead. On that machine, which I had thought unique, I was listening to two voices in conversation. "Listen!" I cried, in what must have sounded like a command, for Dick and Harry were at my elbow in a flash. Whatever the conversation was about, it was beyond us, for it sounded as if one man was talking German and the other Spanish, though both speakers mixed their words so that Spanish-sounding words cut into the German speech, and German gutturals suddenly bumped the flow of the Spanish. I can, since I am a graduate student, read German and a smattering of Spanish, but when a native starts to spout it forth like a rapid-fire gun, it goes past my unreceptive ears, and I knew that Dick and Harry were in the same linguistic boat. Yet we strained to catch anything that might be familiar in what was clearly a report by the man speaking Spanish to the man answering in German. Planes is a word that sounds the same in almost any language, and it's easy to catch numbers in any tongue. They were talking planes, and I caught the Spanish word for one, and then for three, words that were repeated in German, with an approving relish. I caught mananana, which any fool recognizes, but missed the swift words that seemed to be instructions terminating the dialogue. The voice of the Spaniard indicated what was clearly an acceptance of orders, and then I got a start that threw me completely off balance. For in precisely the voice I had heard speaking over the phone the night that I listened and played dead in old Short Circuit's laboratory came the final, short, very German, "Gut," and the click that meant radios gone dead. The man with the German voice was the same man who had called Eisenberg's lab on that fatal night. I turned off the switch and wandered back to my chair. Dick dialed for the news broadcast, and the three of us sat chewing over what I explained briefly to the others. Then came the voice of the commentator, hot, excited. "The American public is in for another jolt tomorrow morning when it wakes to read its morning paper, for once more college aviation has taken its toll. At Central University one plane crashed, killing the student pilot. At Western another crashed and killed 3. 1 in 3, a total of 4 dead in one day. This is too much for John Q. Parent and his nervous wife. College aviation is going to be damned as the worst failure in our whole preparedness program." "Planes. 1, 3, I echoed, almost mechanically. Why, that must have been what the Spaniard was reporting. "Brother," said Harry slowly, "don't kick the obvious around. Just tell us what we're going to do about it." And how I wished I knew the answer to that. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Clouds Cover the Campus by Daniel A. Lord, S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 4. The next morning, the FBI, under the personal supervision of Paris Green and Shorty, arrested Nils Grumman. And they did it with all the finesse of a truck going through the neighbor's brick wall. I was puttering around in my lab in the physics building when I heard Nils' voice loud and emphatic. His little private lab was not many doors from mine, near enough for old Short Circuit to have been able to call him, or me, when the wires were incandescing. Now I could hear Nils' protest, which brought me out the door like a frightened cuckoo from a clock. Paris Green and Shorty stood facing Nils, who was pale and frightened, and I guessed, pretty furious. When I entered the lab, he was standing with his back to the work table, his hands gripping the edges in nervous tenseness. When he saw me, he shouted, "They say I did it, that I killed old Short Circuit. Tom, you know I loved him, and if I'd wanted the bomb sight, would I have gone about getting it in that crude way? I who worked with him so closely? Why, they might as well accuse you." It was an argumentum ad hominem, right enough, for they were, I was pretty sure, already beginning to level a suspicious finger at me. "Listen, Paris." I caught myself up short and muffled the Paris with a smothering "Mr. Green. I know Nils, and he had no more to do with this than a Dion Quince had." Paris looked at me with all the affection of a rooster for a hungry fox. "So you're the one, not he." I was mad enough to be recklessly impatient. "Of course, anyone can see I popped the professor off. I do that kind of thing to work my way through college. Murder Incorporated, Campus Branch, Tom Prentice, Executive Secretary. Come around sometime and meet Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, my triggermen." Paris and Shorty looked at each other, deadpan as the underside of a layer cake. "Awfully funny, isn't he?" Paris asked Shorty. And if he was trying to get me blistering, he was rapidly succeeding. "Once," I said, "I had a great respect for the FBI. Even when you first started on this job, I had some respect for it. But to put the finger on Nils, who has all the murderous instincts of an Easter rabbit." Harris flicked a finger at Nils. "Get going," he said, and the three of them went past me as if I were part of the laboratory equipment. As I disappeared down the corridor, old Charlie's door slowly opened, and the janitor peeped out into the hall. He beckoned to me from the shadow of his room, and I strolled over casually to talk with him. We'd not met since the examination. I'd always liked him. I liked him even more now that I knew that he was Eisenberg's cousin, and had actually brought the old genius to Rockledge. I entered his room, and he closed the door softly. "Abraham," he said quietly, and I felt he stroked his cousin's name with a tender, unexpected affection. "Had almost finished his bomb sight. It should be finished. We owe that to the country that gave him refuge. Yes, and we owe that to the country that drove him out. Yours is a strange language," he said, pleased with his play on words. "One simple word, oh, and it means so many different things." I leaned against his table, which was crowded with all sorts of junk, odds and ends of the physics department. "Well," said I a little patronizingly, "why don't you ask Dean Rothen to let you have the bomb sight? Then the two of us in spare minutes can put it together again." The old man grinned crookedly. He looked, I had to confess, a little like Quasimodo threading the cannon. "Because," he said slyly, "Dean Rothen hasn't got the bomb sight." I guess by this time I'd grown accustomed to surprises. Otherwise I should probably have shouted my amazement. I knew that Dean Rothen had ordered that the bomb sight, smashed though it was, be dismantled and carried to his office. We had all heard that it was carefully locked in his safe. Nils and I certainly hadn't seen it since the night of the murder, so we took it for granted that the dean's orders had been carried out. But now this old janitor calmly announced that after all, the bomb sight wasn't in the dean's safe, but the old man might be lying. Or crazy. "No," said Charlie, "when I got the orders to dismantle it. And the dean himself gave me the orders, smart fellow that he is. I dismantled it all right, but I put it here." He hobbled and shuffled to the gigantic cupboard in the corner, swung open the wide door, and showed me a mass of canvas, old books, catalogues, broken pipes, wheels, everything over which a junk collector might smack his lips. And then with an adroit gesture, he lifted the underlying canvas. There, smashed as I had seen it the night of the murder, lay the bomb sight. "But," I protested, reluctant to believe my senses, "the dean thinks, I know he does, that the bomb sight is safe in his office. Or doesn't he?" "Dean Rothan," said Charlie gently, the scientist patronizing one of inferior mentality, "is a theoretical economist, a fine businessman, and a great, great mouthpiece." Old Charlie's speech, aside from its thick accent, was startlingly correct. What I brought him, what he put into his safe, what he locked carefully away, no doubt looks like a bomb sight to him, but to you and to me. And to anyone trying to get it, I added. So we sat and talked. I was proud of the old fellow, proud of the trick by which he had kept the bomb sight out of the dean's hands. We talked of what may have happened that night, who approached the professor, how the old hero hit in the face, struck down with a blow, yet had the magnificent courage, stamina, and will to hurl himself against the uprights and deliberately smash the bomb sight into the mass of twisted parts that lay there in Charlie's cupboard. Charlie touched my knee in friendly reassurance. "And I think, my boy, that you and I together could remake the bomb sight if—" His voice was wistful, wishful. "We could find the eyepiece. That they have, and that is essential. Though they cannot do without what we have, we cannot do without the eyepiece. If we could find it." I swallowed hard. Should I or shouldn't I? No one knew. Any normal man would believe that the person who had the eyepiece was the murderer. Yet I was impelled to trust him as he had trusted me. "I have the eyepiece," I said quietly. The old man raised his eyebrows slowly as he looked at me in amazement, pleasure, perhaps, I thought, just a flash of pride. "Good," he said quietly, "very good. His work shall go on. His discovery shall yet serve the country that welcomed him." Harry was quitting aviation, and I went with him while he broke the news to Morin. Harry had read me the letter from his father, and it was pretty positive. There was an enclosure from his mother, too. Not many lines, but shot through with a mother's worry and torturing anxiety for an only son. Harry made me read the letters, and then he himself read them again. "What can I do?" he demanded, hurt disappointment in his face, and nervousness making harsh his voice. There was really no answer. His father didn't absolutely forbid him to continue in aviation, but what he said was plenty, that the country wasn't taking very good care of its student pilots, that somehow or other the young fellows weren't making a success of it, that his mother would die if he were killed. I could believe that after I read her letter, that if Harry insisted on going on, he, the father, would say no more, but asked his son to remember their love for him and his mother's fears. All I could think of as I read the letters were the probable hundreds of other letters just like these, letters written by parents and read by student pilots since the mysterious crashes started. In Europe, the dictators could send their young men up to die, and parents didn't dare utter a protest. In our country, democracy meant that parents were free to stop a son from a course they felt would probably lead to his death. And, I thought, the dictators were the very men smart enough to take advantage of this freedom. In fact, I could almost see the chain-lightning logic in the dictators' minds. The best aviators would certainly be the college-trained pilots. Therefore, everything possible must be done to stop that training. And if students continued to crash, their parents, loving their sons more than they did liberty or freedom, would stop the training. Therefore, I could almost hear the harsh order. "Let them crash." "Let's go see Morin," I said, and off we stamped to the airfield and the converted bungalow that had been turned into Morin's headquarters. His sleek, magnificent car stood outside. The chauffeur snapped to attention and clicked a smart salute as Harry passed. Harry saluted in return, and the chauffeur relaxed again to await further orders. Morin welcomed us from behind a cloud of anxiety that he took no pains to conceal. He tried to smile, but you felt he was pulling the smile all the way up from his ankles. Harry simply held out the letter and his mother's note, and Morin accepted both silently. When he had finished reading the letters, he handed them back and walked to the window that gave onto the field. A few planes were warming up. There were mechanics about engaged in routine jobs. I saw Rodriguez come out of a hangar, stride up to a plane, and start working on the carburetors. The whole field looked dead, listless, stunned, as well it might. Whatever spirit there had been in the student corps was largely gone. How could it be otherwise when each man went up wondering whether he'd come down, guiding his plane, or with the plane twisting him in a long ribbon of smoke and flame? In a few minutes Morin walked back from the window and faced us across the desk. We didn't think it strange that he hadn't suggested our sitting down. He was too tense, too nervous, too weighted with worry and foreboding to sit down himself, and we could not well sit while he stood. When he spoke, his voice was strained, but deliberately quiet. "I quite understand," he said. "If I were your father, I should feel as he does. But if all the fathers of the country feel that way—" He shrugged his shoulders in a Gaelic gesture of hopelessness. "What happens to America's preparedness?" "Oh, we'd thought of that right enough, and there was nothing we could say now." "I'm sorry," continued Morin. "If there were anything I could do, anything I could prevent, those young men crashing to their death." I took a chance. I'd wanted to say this for a long time. "Not crashing to their death, sir. They were dead, or at least unconscious, long before the planes hit the ground." Morin and Harry both spun on me in amazement. What I said was such obvious nonsense. Pilots killed in mid-air, far from the reach of a killer. It wasn't as if some anti-aircraft battery had fired on them. I saw that Morin and Harry both thought me idiotic. Yet how could they, who certainly knew far more about aviation than I did, fail to realize that there was something weird, something utterly unnatural in the fact that those young men who crashed had done nothing to save their ships, nothing to bring their planes out of a situation which, even to my inexperienced eye, the rankest tyro should have been able to control. I saw that they were waiting for me to speak, but some strange prudence made me hold my tongue. Besides, I wanted to try an experiment, and if I told them now— "Harry," I said, talking straight to him, "I came with you because, forgive me, I want you not to resign." "What?" cried Morin, but I ignored him. It was Harry I was addressing. "Stay in for at least one more week, but promise me, and I ask Mr. Morin here to give me his word too, that you'll not fly without letting me know the exact time and place." The two men hesitated. Morin's face was haggard and grey. Harry was weighing all the considerations, especially those created by the letters which once more he held in his hand, against my apparent turnabout. There was no further argument that I could for the moment use, so I simply waited. "I'll do it," said Harry at last, but without too much enthusiasm. "I'm glad," said Morin, and then directly to Harry, "you don't know how much this will mean to the morale of the men, to know you're sticking." I wanted badly to add, "sticking with a sinking ship," but I decided against it. Dick picked us up in his car, and we drove silently out along the main highway, and then switched off toward a village that comes close to being our local ghost town. Someone had thought it a perfect place for a glass plant because there was some sort of fine sand in a nearby creek. Strange what crackpot ideas people get, and how they lose money trying to promote them. All that was left of the town was one big, empty, desolate-looking, boarded-up glass factory, and further down the road a starving gas station, a shriveled general store, and a few frame houses sandwiched in between buildings that had been deserted when the glass plant collapsed. We lazed along toward the town simply because the road was so little frequented, and hence offered an opportunity to think things over. Dick reported that a vast sigh of relief had gone up from the campus over the arrest of Nils Grumman. Even Nils or their rare friends were relieved that a definite scapegoat had been found on whom to pile the sins that had been committed on the campus. The fact that he had kept his German origin a secret made him seem the most unsettled of fifth columnists, and the FBI men simply held him incommunicado, with bail posted so high that nobody could even think of coming forward with the money. "He no more did it than I did," I growled, and Harry said, ironically, "But there are plenty who wouldn't think that comparison such a wonderful one for innocence. What am I going to do now that you've kept me at the stick of the suicide planes?" Dick edged over to the side of the road to let a machine pass. It was cruising along at a speed that was easily 70 miles an hour, and we all winced instinctively as it swerved our way. We followed it with our eyes, as one always does a speeding car. Dick whistled in surprise. "Old Eisenberg's car, or I suppose you'd call it Mitzi's." We all recognized it. "Who was at the wheel?" "A man," said I, for I had been closest to the passing machine, "but Mitzi was in the car too." "Shall I follow it?" asked Dick, who loved to display the surprising power of his car. "Who do you think you are, Dan Cubitt or Paul Pry?" demanded Harry. And then to me, "More importantly, tell me what I'm supposed to do in this new plot of yours." As briefly as I could, I explained. Just as I had reached a conclusion and was waiting for his reply, Dick guided his car once more to the edge of the road, his eye on the mirror. Again a car swept past us, traveling, if anything, faster than the other car that had passed us. "Did you get it?" demanded Dick, knowing very well that we did, for it was Morin's car, though in it a blind had been drawn, cutting off a clear view of the people inside. A slow, silent 5 minutes brought us to the semi-ghost house. "Pull into the gas station," I instructed the others as we passed the abandoned factory and came into the pathetic town itself. The ancient station owner, who, if Charon were running a motorboat on the Styx, might well have supplied him with gasoline, came ambling out. "Gas, oil, free air, or water?" he demanded, adding the last two in a spirit of fatalistic resignation. "You have soda or ice, haven't you?" I asked, ignoring all his other offers. He nodded grudgingly. "3 of the lost loud colors," I said, "preferably with the tops off the bottles and no broken glass in the soda." He obeyed instructions unsmilingly. I sipped, and he stood waiting for the conversation, which, from the look of him, you'd think he would disdain. So I made conversation. "Cars certainly flash through this up-and-coming town of yours at a terrific rate of speed, don't they? Wonder your highly efficient police force doesn't pursue them on the latest model motorcycles." "What cars?" he demanded, realistically specific. "The 2 racing specials that we just passed on the road," I explained. He looked at us in distaste. "Didn't see no cars," he replied. "Nothing passed here faster than this bus of yours, and my bet is she'd burn out her bearings at anything over 18 an hour." Dick bristled at this insult to his car. Harry was buried in thoughts about the scheme I had suggested to him. Of the 3, I am sure I was the only one who was puzzled by the man's answer. 2 cars, Mitzi's and Morin's, had dashed down the road at racing speed, and someplace between us and the filling station, both cars had either slowed to an inconspicuous pace or had disappeared off the road. Since when they had passed us, the cars had clearly showed no signs of slackening. They must. I put this aside for future thought, and we swung back toward the campus. Just as we turned from the ghost town road into the main highway, we heard a cheerful honking behind us. Queer, but you can always tell the difference between honking that means angry, demanding of the road, and honking that means friendly greeting. This was a cheery hail, and we all turned around. Mitzi's car had quietly, unobserved even by the watchful Dick, eased up behind us, and Mitzi was leaning far out of the window, waving her beautifully gloved hand, and in the car there was no slightest sign of our friend the foreign diplomat. "You boys look crowded in there," she cried. "One of you want to ride home with me?" I was out and into the front seat beside her before anyone else had a chance to answer. It didn't take more than a casual glance at her to know that she wanted some definite information very badly. Hence the cheerful hail and the invitation, and I could guess what she wanted to know. Had we noticed her when she passed us? So I settled back luxuriously in the seat, determined not to open the subject because I was not quite sure of what I would say if she asked me directly. Woman fashion, she talked all around the subject, how she missed the professor, which I didn't believe, how fond he had been of me, which may have been the case, at least I liked to believe it, what a dear girl Julia May was, as if I didn't know, and finally, in so offhand a voice that any movie director would have labeled it overacted, "Was that your car I passed a little while ago going the other way?" "When?" I asked innocently. Then to make innocence still more lily-white, "Where?" I could feel even if I couldn't hear her sigh of relief. "I must have been mistaken," she said, and I nodded. So I let her drive me to her home. I took Julia May to dinner in a quiet little campus restaurant, and brought her back while the evening was still in its early adolescence. Then I took a slow, thoughtful walk across the campus and to my quarters. What is it that gives you a clairvoyant feeling that all is not right with your own room, that something has happened to it while you've been gone? Anything slightly out of place and you spot it. No, more than that. You stand outside the closed door trying hard to pretend that there's nothing to worry about, and you think, "Somebody's been here. Something's wrong." I sensed it the moment I touched the doorknob. I was sure of it as I swung the door open and felt for the light switch. Confirmation of my feelings hit me with a bang of reality when my eyes swept across the room and saw my beloved radio. The precious monument to my labors and old short-circuit's genius was a tangled mass of broken tubes and ripped wires, wrecked beyond any use, and, I thought rapidly, possibility of repair. In the intensity of my nervous reaction, I left the door open and stamped across the room in a rage. The set was a hopeless mess. The man or men who had wrecked it were experts. What they had done to my machine would have created awe in the mind of an expert in sabotage. Somehow they knew that on the upper register of my radio I could get short wave messages. So they had invaded my room, for a second time, I was sure of it, and smashed the machine for good. I would listen no more to anything they might send over that special wavelength. I would eavesdrop no more on their commands and reports. Then behind me I heard the door close quietly, but with emphasis, and I heard the lock click. I didn't need to turn to be sure that no draught had blown the door to. It had that gentle, definite sound that told of a door closed by a human hand. I must have spun around like a top whipped by an expert youngster, for as I did so, the room went dark as a room can be when a light is quickly extinguished. There was a faint glow from the campus outside, and my eyes struggled in the darkness to identify my visitor. But to make the darkness more intense, he suddenly pointed a bright pocket flash full into my eyes, blinding me. Even at that I could vaguely discern against the door a man's figure draped in what seemed to be a kind of black poncho that covered him like a cape. A large, soft hat shaded his face, and, a touch of melodrama, he was going to miss none of the essential stagecraft of the situation. A black handkerchief covered all of his face except his eyes. When he finally spoke, it was in a voice so disguised, in words so clipped that he might have been Lawrence Tibbett, or Popeye, or the boy orator of Zapato City, for all I could guess. With a gun and the spotlight leveled right at the spot between my eyes, he said just one word. "Eyepiece." Why are our reactions so involuntary? Why does even a question that we expect produce an effect upon us that we can't quite master? And why did my eyes swing against my will, despite my control, toward the top drawer of the bureau, in which I had placed the eyepiece? And why did he spot my reaction so swiftly, so tenaciously? He advanced toward me, the light of the flash growing brighter as he approached, the gun more menacing. He stood in front of me and with a gesture of his head indicated the top drawer and said, "Get it." I moved toward the hidden, inessential eyepiece. It was only a few steps to the drawer, yet in that short distance I made a most sweeping survey of the case. Little did he know that the eyepiece would do him no good, since the mass of junk in the dean's safe wasn't the real bombsight, and the supposed cipher that had been taken from Julia May's envelope was really a letter. Unless... That was the point. Unless Charlie was playing me double. And that might mean either that the instrument he showed me was not the real bombsight, or that he had the real bombsight, and now, with his essential eyepiece, he would, supposing he were in on the whole wretched business, have the completed invention. All this swept across my mind before I reached the drawer. The man, covered by the brightness of the light, was behind me. I could see the outlines of him vaguely in the mirror, which was brilliantly throwing back my own reflection. But what he looked like, who he might be, I couldn't make out. "Open it," he commanded, and I pulled the drawer open. There on the very top was the tie box, my ties still a tangled heap of inert eels. Quickly his hand shot over my shoulder, and I knew he had found the sight. It was the hand that also held the gun, and I grabbed for it in an impulse of mingled insanity and courage. But it was a wasted gesture. Something heavy came down on my head. Perhaps it was the flashlight. It well may have been, for the room was plunged into darkness, and I fell into a still deeper darkness. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Clouds Cover the Campus by Daniel A. Lord S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 5. Your head, too, would feel a little like an overworked punching bag if within so small a circumference of time you'd been knocked out twice. It's marvelous what a head can stand if it has enough concrete and ivory in its composition. I beat you to that one. So when I emerged from my lights out, I crawled into bed, feeling very bad and very good, for I may as well tell you right away, having deliberately misled you a minute ago. That's the only time I misled you, and I shan't do it again, since I have a sensitive conscience, that my assailant didn't get the real eyepiece. Oh, the thief thought it was the real thing, and not having the rest of the bomb sight, unless old Charlie was triple-crossing me, he'd not learn the truth right away. So I'd have a little peace. If, however, Charlie was crossing me up, and the thief already knew that the eyepiece was a phony. After a fitful sleep, I shook all that reasoning from my aching head, and slowly pulled myself out of bed. A crack on the head has a way of going right down to the tips of your toes. It hurt me even to walk. Anyhow, whoever was interested in the bomb sight would expect me to look unhappy, and my head was a practical help in that assignment. My delicate conscience, to which I recently referred, or my guardian angel, or sheer prudence, kept nudging me to make a clean breast of the whole thing to the FBI men. But Paris Green and Shorty didn't look like a particularly tender pair of father confessors. If I told them I'd stolen the eyepiece, they'd anchor me right in the laboratory on the night of the murder, and if I mentioned that bright object I'd picked up and the shift in the letters, which reminded me, in the excitement of finding my room so thoroughly searched, I'd forgotten to look in my collar box and see whether the bright object was there. I staggered across the room and pulled out the box. The clue was gone. I stumbled over to my bed, sat down, and pulled out from under the pillow the pajamas into which I had not bothered to change after last night's adventure. There in the pocket, where I had safely placed it and covered it with a handkerchief, lay the duplicate bright object. It was nothing very definite, nothing very conclusive, but if I could only spot. I began to make myself useful. Just as a matter of discipline and because physical work will clear even a much battered around head, I washed all the dishes, brewed myself a batch of fresh coffee, read the copy of the Daily Rock Ledger that had been slipped under my door, and got another headache. How that Weiss chap had played up the desk on the flying field, the fury of his editorial, the acid invective of his charges against, well, no one in particular but the whole Department of Aviation, the Army, the faculty, the University, anyone who ever put wings around a man's shoulders. I wondered that he hadn't taken a crack at the Wright brothers and Charles Lindbergh, and I was tempted to read the diatribes again just to make sure. But the print swam before my eyes, so I gulped hot coffee and felt like a mouse sitting in a one-way hole and looking out into the expectant eyes of a tomcat or a weasel. In other words, I was very, very happy, in reverse English. It was a day without events. A gracious Providence probably argued, reasonably enough, that I had about all any one man should be asked to take. Even when a mess is a chap's own fault, the gracious powers do occasionally call things to a halt. So no one crashed on the flying field that day, though Morin, apparently determined that morale should not be allowed to crumple, sent his students aloft in steady streams. The local police seemed to infest the place like hungry mosquitoes who'd heard of some nice thick ankles. But you can brush off mosquitoes, and I dodged the police with expert skill. On my way to the lab, I saw Paris Green. He swerved in my direction, and I gritted my teeth. If he poked questions into my throbbing head, my fair locks would be blown off in a single loud explosion. Anyhow, I didn't want his cold, microscopic eyes focused on my battered countenance. He'd not commented on the wallop on my forehead. Could he possibly fail to notice now that my head was about 5 sizes larger than the normal? Just as I had steeled myself to say, "I don't know from nothin', and if I did, wouldn't I be a chump to solve your mystery stories for you?" He veered away from me. I felt positively thwarted. Darned if I ain't an insult when an FBI man doesn't think you worth a little sharpshooting. Julia May and I had lunch together, bless her darling heart. We talked a little of dear old Short Circuit, and I tried to get her to unburden her soul about Mitzi and Elwell. "Darling," I asked, "isn't there anything suspicious, however little, that you've noticed about him? I don't like him. I think he's crooked as a swan's neck, and if I could rid Mitzi of him, or rid you of him—" She shook her head slowly. Whether it was that she really knew nothing, or that she felt a loyalty to Mitzi, I couldn't tell. "But," I persisted, "that cock and bull story—" "What?" she asked, evidently bent on deflecting me. "Do people visualize when someone says cock and bull story?" "I'm in science, not philology," I retorted. "Besides, don't try to steer me off. Why did Mitzi tell us that perfectly silly story about herself and Elwell going someplace to dance? What were they really up to? Why is Elwell dragging her around the countryside?" And then I shut up quickly, not wishing to hurt her by the story of our having seen them out riding. But Julia May was regarding me with those calm, sure eyes of hers. "That wasn't a yarn, dear," she said. "Not a yarn!" I almost shouted. "No, they were dancing, I'm sure of it. I'm sorry, dear, but I think they are in love. I think they've been in love for a long time, though I am sure she was faithful to Uncle. She was grateful, a little, and she honored his reputation. Now she's free, but all the conventions, the demands of polite society, the etiquette of the campus shout out that they mustn't be together too much. She's young, but convention forbids her to dance. She loves him, but they can't drive in the country together, so they do what they want to do. No wonder Mitzi was embarrassed and flustered when Dick jolted the truth from her. They had been dancing, and they were both ashamed. I, too, was jolted. It seemed too simple, far too simple to be a piece in this stained jigsaw puzzle. Yet here was a woman who should know another woman, and she was utterly and persuasively convincing. We finished our lunch in silence. Even silence with Julia May sharing it had come to be a lovely thing. I dropped by the jail for a glimpse of Nils, but the self-important jailer, who'd never before had a suspected murderer in his clutches, waved me away. So I wrote Nils a bit of encouragement on a sheet of lab paper and plodded back to my laboratory. After all, I was supposed to be working on a graduate degree, and I doubted whether examiners would be impressed if instead of answering, I replied to their questions with, "I missed that part of the sentence. You see, I had an awful hangover as a result of a murder and 2 biffs on the conch." Intent on making up for lost time, I worked well into the darkness. When I had filled several sheets with notes and figures, I began to get bleary-eyed, so I left the lab and slammed the door. A hunch made me walk downstairs and call Dick. He was home all right, and Harry was with him. "I'm at the lab," said I, "and my head's full of steel filings and logarithms. How about picking up Julia May, and then me, and taking us for an airing?" Even over the phone he was his own agreeable self. So I hung up and then, because I felt the need for familiar surroundings, went upstairs again and headed for my lab. I had switched off the light before and the hall was dark. I noted particularly that no light seeped out from under Charlie's door. Yet maybe because mystery and melodrama were becoming part of my nature, I walked along the corridor as quietly as if I were shod in August clouds and velvet. Just outside Charlie's darkened room, I stopped. Faintly, oh, very faintly, I heard that unmistakable sound of a radio delivering what my experienced ear told me were short waves. The speaker's voice was guttural. Then across it cut another voice speaking in Spanish. I heard the name Central University once more, and a number, 1. Then the name of Ducal College, and the number 2. There was no doubting it. Charlie was listening in on a receiving set like mine, in old short circuits, and that unknown voice which I had come to know so well. If one can be said to know the unknown and to feel close at hand the out of reach, was giving the grisly report of the day's killings. No mention of Rockledge, but the day here had been untouched by death. The reporter was going down the list. Then the final period that brought the report to a full stop. Gut. A click, and silence. My first impulse was to crash that door and demand an explanation from old Charlie, but there were too many questions I would have had to ask. How he happened to have a set like mine in old short circuits, when I'd thought that there were only 2 in existence, why he'd been listening, whether he knew the speakers, whether he was in any way connected with that ghastly nightly report, whether he'd been with Eisenberg on that night that the professor had been rocketed home to God. My second impulse, the saner one, led me quietly back down the hall. As I reached the shadow and the turn toward the stairs, I heard a door open. Charlie's, no doubt. But I heard no other sound for a long, long minute. Then I heard a door close. I tiptoed down the stairs and out of the building. Looking up, I saw a light in Charlie's room, yellow against the drawn curtain. I could hear his radio softly sending forth The Blue Danube, played in some all-night broadcasting station. Then Dick's car cut up behind me with the swoop of a gull over deep water. I climbed into the back seat with Julia May, and the 4 of us whisked noiselessly and with a perfection of mechanical speed out into the calm, silent countryside. Have you ever noticed how a motor car seems sometimes to guide itself? If you have once traveled over a certain road to pleasure or adventure, the next time you come anywhere near that road, the car seems almost under its own compulsion to turn that way. Hitherto we'd paid little attention to that road toward the glass factory ghost town. Yet tonight, as we wheeled away in Dick's speed demon, we found ourselves heading down that same road, now dark and plush with the shadows of night. Once we had turned from the main highway into the not-so-smooth surfaced road, Dick trimmed his speed. In fact, since we were intent on our thoughts and anxious to share them, I within limitations, with one another, we found the quieter pace more to our liking. Conversation started, as it will among friends, out of nowhere, loped along in jerks, through spurts, over silences, but it carried us over the rocky road of mystery and sudden death, and the touch of men who threatened all of us because they so obviously hated the land we lived in. "Snap it off," said Harry from the front seat. Dick turned the ignition key, and the car coasted to a stop under the thick shade of a roadside clump of trees. The quiet of the country, marked by tiny, reassuring noises, was restful. We all sat silent, our thoughts running in shining parallel rails that did not need to meet. Then suddenly there was the unmistakable phosphorescent glare that announces the coming of a powerful car with powerful lights. I felt rather than saw Dick snap off his parking lights, and I hoped that we were far enough off the road not to be sideswiped by the car that we now could hear thundering down the road. If lights blinded us, whether or not the driver saw us, we had no way of knowing. He made no effort to dim his lights, but kept them high, paralyzing any chance we might have had to see either the clear outlines of the car or any of the occupants, if there were any besides the driver. A sucking vacuum about us as the car scooped the air and whirled by. Then quiet again. Finally Dick voiced what we were all thinking. "Darn funny for a man to be taking this road at such a pace. Or is this road haunted by cars we all ought to be interested in?" A sudden, irresistible hunch seized me, coupled with that love for mystifying one's friends, that seizes, at times, on all of us. "Get going, Dick," I said, trying to keep excitement out of my voice, "and turn and stop when I tell you." "Okay, Skipper," Dick replied, and we rolled out onto the road again, moving slowly through the intersecting shadows. After a few minutes of thoughtful silence, we saw ahead of us the strong, squat outlines of the glass factory. Black and solemn it stood in the open space that was now overgrown with tall weeds and scrubby underbrush. For a moment I was disappointed. Then second thought made me realize my stupidity. I should have known that even if what I half suspected was true, no trace of light would be allowed to seep through those heavily boarded windows and tightly bolted doors. Whether my suspicions were true or false, the place would look exactly as it looked now, black, empty, haunted perhaps by a few minor ghosts of the stockholders who once had expected to grow rich as the result of its activities. The others in the car were still sunk in their own thoughts, oblivious to the deserted plant. So when I spoke, I could feel them all start in surprise. "Roll it quietly to your right," I said. Then, "How close do you think we can get to the plant?" Dick, who had through lifelong practice learned to crush any sign of surprise, answered by turning the car sharply to the right. The headlight beams cut in a wide sweep across the rank vegetation. Slightly to my left, the lights brought into clear view exactly what I had hoped to see. The weeds had been swept down by the passage of a heavy car. When our car turned, the lights revealed a trifle farther and slightly overlapping the bent weeds, another lane in which the weeds were bent in the opposite direction. A car had entered and left. Recently. I must have sighed audibly. Certainly the others all waited for me in almost tangible expectancy. I explained with telegraphic brevity. "That fast car. Well, brothers and sisters, take a look at its tracks in the weeds." They looked, and again I could feel their unspoken reaction. "Do big cars turn in to pay visits to empty deserted plants?" The question needed no answer. Dick began inching his car around the bent grass and weeds, as if he were unwilling to disturb the possible clue. He held the nose of the car toward the building until we were well within the shadow. Then he flicked off his lights. "Here's a flash," said Dick, who always seemed clairvoyant about a person's needs. I took it gratefully. "Fresh batteries, too," he added unnecessarily. If Dick had a gadget, that gadget was always oiled and ready for work. You could bet on it. We piled out of the car, using all exits, and found ourselves knee-high in lush, dank weeds. I heard Dick working at the front seat. It wasn't at all surprised to see him emerge with his hands full of tools, a magnificently hefty monkey wrench, a small crowbar, a chisel, a screwdriver, and a hammer. "What, no vacuum cleaner?" asked Julia May ironically. "This, darling," I countered, "is no woman's job." Julia May looked pert and determined even in the heavy shadow. "Well, just try to keep this woman away," she declared. "I never take her dares. I know better." We needed no talk or heavy conference to know what we were looking for first. It would have been sheerest stupidity to try all the possible entrances when the bent weeds were bound to lead us to the one entrance normally employed by the person or persons that use the plant. Only, and that was an eventuality, I prefer not to regard too intently. If there was a guard or a caretaker on the place, he would be near the used entrance, no doubt of that, and he would probably be armed. That was a risk I regarded quickly and shoved aside as quickly. No use peopling the plant with human beings until they forced themselves on our attention. So through the weeds we walked, all of us instinctively heading for the clearly marked path down which other intruders had evidently moved not too long ago. We set our feet lightly in the line of the brushed weeds, walking almost in Indian fashion to prevent too large a trail in our wake. Then, using our flashlights only very occasionally, we came smack up against the wall and a window heavily boarded with dusty, cobwebbed wood and with what seemed to be ancient, rusted nails. Harry expertly disdained the obvious nails. He ran his hand along the underside of the wood and then stopped suddenly and said with a pleased air, "Hinges! And a nice stage set. The whole mass of planks is really a hinged door." He slipped the hand along the inner side. In a second I heard the click of a light catch. "Not even locked," he whispered, for we had instinctively lowered our voices. "Makes sense, though," he continued. "Who but a quartet of loons would go trailing around in a ghost village in search of fifth columnists?" With a noise that seemed to pierce the night like a cry of a screech owl, the fake planking swung back, and we touched with the warm light of our flashlight a window carefully stripped of even the remains of broken glass. I turned the light into the interior, a dusty basement piled with ancient barrels and the tall, slim wooden cases used to ship glass. The drop from the window ledge was a matter of only 3 feet, so we made it easily, leaving Harry to help Julia May down. The floor was covered with a soft, whitish dust. Not a footprint was visible. I was completely puzzled until Dick, poking around in the empty barrels, looked up with a short laugh. He thrust his hand into a barrel and then pulled it out, shifting through his fingers a soft dust powder. "Let's remember to scatter some of it when we leave," he said. "Wouldn't do to spoil this beautiful stage set after somebody's worked it up so perfectly." We crossed the room, leaving our footprints clearly behind us, opened the door in the far hall, and threw our light down the long narrow corridor from which we guessed opened the storerooms that had once probably been filled with glass products. Here the stage setting ended. There were footprints up and down that corridor, some clean and fresh, some smudged and clouded by the normal settling of dust. Huddling close together, as mortals do when they scent danger and want the consolation of near human presence, we tiptoed down the corridor. We knew that now we were leaving a clear trail behind us, a trail that no amount of fixing on our part would obliterate. For if we spread the powder here in the corridor, we would be covering the other footprints too. If we made no effort to conceal our tracks, we would be leaving behind a record as plain as a signature in a guest book. Let me anticipate for a moment and say that we later decided on the first course and obliterated all the footprints, our own and the others. We argued that perhaps, through some mental lapse, he, or they, would not notice this. We had no hope of his failing to notice the clear footprints of 4 strangers whom it might be easy enough to track down. Every sense organ in our bodies were strained as we negotiated that long passage. There was about the place the feel of its having been used recently. Perhaps we imagined this because of the footprints, perhaps because of the air, which had lately known the presence of other human beings. We approached every door with a scrutinizing swing of our flash. We receded from every doorway with an unexpressed fear that it would silently send forth someone with a gun, someone who would shoot first and investigate later. We grinned in sheepish relief when we opened the door at the end of the corridor and saw ahead of us a staircase leading to an upper floor. Behind us the corridor door swung to on its hinges, and we stood in darkness. I reached out and touched something familiar, a switch. Instinctively, I swung it into contact, expecting a flood of light. Instead, a ghastly scream split the darkness like the cry of a ghost fresh from his tomb. The scream died into a harsh roar and rumble. I felt Julia May throw herself against me, stifling a cry of terror in my coat, and Dick and Harry drew close to me. Standing together, we forgot all about the flashlight. We were just a little knot of men facing 3 ways around the girl to whom we suddenly feared we had brought some homicidal terror. Then Harry laughed. That broke the spell, and I lifted a relieved hand to dash the sweat from my forehead. The terrifying sound had settled into a familiar hum. "A generator," said Harry, voicing what we all now knew. But for a moment, exhausted as we were by our recent experience, none of us moved. We were ashamed of our fear, too, and I felt that I shouldn't have taken my protective arm from around Julia May, even though she was now laughing, quietly and a little hysterically. The hum of the generator guided us to the 2nd floor. Here, too, the windows were tightly boarded, and the doors of what had once probably been executive offices were covered with planking. The floor had recently been swept. No footprints to help us, so we had to follow the hum of the motor till it led us to a door nailed apparently more securely than were the others. But we had learned the trick. We felt carefully along the edges, located the hidden catch, threw open the door of planks, and flashed our light into the room. Again the momentary freezing of our spines as we faced, this time an apparently chilling reality, a ghost. Only it was a cloth draped over something tall and wide. I jumped across the room and tore away the covering. There, cheerfully purring, like some robot cat, was the generator. Next to it, ready for action, earphones lying on the ledge, operating instruments all in place, was the magnificent radio set, complete to the last detail. No expert knowledge was needed to grasp the fact that the wave that radio sent out was that short wave which I had once received on my set, and which I had overheard so recently from Charlie's room. Clever piece of work, no doubt of it. A small but powerful gasoline engine completed the equipment. No line to the public electrical supply to give away the existence of this set. Compact and perfect, it was a center from which messages could be sent out and received within, I hesitated to guess, how many miles. Carefully we redraped the white cloth just as it had been. Silently we descended the stairs, remarkably squeakless, considering their supposed lack of use over a period of years. Carefully we retraced our way down the corridor, returning to cover all the footsteps with the dust powder. When we had boosted Dick and Julia May up through the window, we spread the dust thick on the main storeroom floor. But one final hunch made me examine barrel after barrel in that room. I thrust my flashlight into each one. Empty, empty, filled with broken glass, empty, sawdust, empty. Then I was looking down into a barrel filled with carefully shaped pieces of steel tubing, all alike. What had these to do with a glass factory, and how did they happen to be so bright and clean and new? I beckoned to Harry, and we picked up one of the pieces. One end, the straighter section, was carefully threaded and showed faint signs of recent use. The other was spread into a slightly wider opening, like the end of an automobile exhaust pipe that you sometimes see thrust out from the back of a car. An automobile exhaust pipe. An exhaust pipe. Harry's mind seemed to be going through the same mental processes as mine. The look we exchanged was eloquent of understanding. With my handkerchief I carefully rubbed all traces of fingerprints from the tubing, put it quietly back into the barrel, and followed Dick and Julia May into the open air. The plank swung back into place. A slight rain was falling, blessed, and we hoped that it would develop into something heavy enough to destroy the trail we had left through the weeds. If not. But why bother with possibilities or probabilities now? As Dick's car nosed its way out onto the road, we planned the rest of the night's business. That was why half an hour later we left our car a block from Julia May's house and walked quietly up to the porch. While I talked with notable loudness to her on the veranda, Dick and Harry cut back to Mitzi's garage. They weren't gone long. At least it didn't seem long. Time has a way of snapping together like an elastic band when I have Julia May all to myself. They came up on the porch, and Dick laid a piece of torn milkweed in my outstretched hand. "Off the bumper of Mitzi's car," he said in a whisper. "Or shall we say Elwell's?" Harry suggested. Suddenly the door opened, the porch was flooded with light, and Mitzi in a dressing gown stood framed in the doorway. "Julia May," she said, and her voice was tense as a harp string and ragged as a musical saw. "Isn't it enough that you dislike me? Must you spy on me too? Yes, I was out with Mr. Elwell this evening. What right have you to ask me, or watch me, or look down your nose in insolence and dislike? We picnicked together. Was that a crime? We walked to the woods. Was that a horrible outrage?" Here her voice suddenly went shrill. "Why can't I be left alone? Why can't my life, what's left of it, be my own?" She snapped off the light and disappeared like a figure in the magician's mirror. That was all for the night. But late the next afternoon, as I sat in my laboratory trying to keep my mind on an experiment that did not involve hidden radio sets and dark corridors, Harry sauntered in. "You won't like this," he began, "but I had to do it. I told Green and Shorty about the radio in the glass plant. In fact, they rented a car and went there." He looked at me quizzically. "You're sure that's where we were last night?" "You're not going coy on me, are you?" I asked. "Well," he said, "the planks, the corridor, the room, the empty barrels, all as before. But no set, no motor, no nothing." I sat back literally on my heels, as if from a hard sock in the jaw. But Harry held up his hand warningly. "That's bad," he agreed, "but this, my lad, is worse." He held out in his palm a piece of milkweed that was torn as the other piece had been, and that looked so innocent there against his slightly pink skin. "I got that off the bumper of an automobile, too," he said. "Mitzi's?" I asked mechanically. He shook his head. This time his words did land on my mental chin and effected a knockout punch. "Morin's," he answered. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Clouds Cover the Campus by Daniel A. Lord S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 6. Dick in that ramshackle car of his, with the miraculous motor, drove Harry and me to the flying field. To the casual observer, we were 3 varsity lads in a very collegiate car. To ourselves, we were 3 detectives of the tradition of Lecoq and Holmes and Philo Vance, without the less taste for unspeakable cigarettes. For Harry was scheduled to make a solo flight, and we had prepared a carefully designed plot. We'd had breakfast together, the three of us. Harry, with the fatalism of the young pilot, had said, with all seriousness, "Lads, I hate to croak so early in the morning, but the spirit of the raven is upon me, and everything I look at is black." "Put more cream in your coffee," said I, with heavy humor. "Lads," said Harry, "I've a hunch that my number's up." "You're crazy," the two of us replied, with such precise choral effect that anyone could detect our own fears. An icicle seemed to be running up and down my spine. Dick looked like a sick goldfish. Oh, we were a happy party, no doubt of it. During the time it takes to consume a piece of toast, so much white pine, we were all silent. I was the one to break the silence, and I felt like the judge who has just put on the black cap. "Harry," I said, "you've two alternatives. Don't go up." "And lose my nerve for good and all? Nope. Better be dead than yellow." "Or," I continued, thrusting at him the second horn of my dilemma and feeling a little sick as I did so, "fly for one day, not as Morin tells you to do, but as I tell you." Harry laughed a little weakly, a little ironically. "Show me your pilot license, laddie." "I think," Dick explained, "that he's operating under a detective's license this time." So I talked fast. I must have talked convincingly, too, for in a minute they were listening. In 2 minutes they were sitting forward and breaking crusts in their fingers. In another 30 seconds they had riveted their eyes on my face, and at last they were nodding in agreement. That's why as we drove toward the field we wondered whether we were going to meet Old Man Death face to face, or whether an angel of deliverance would lead us on to who knew what solution to our problems. Morin himself was at the field when we arrived. He stood, hands behind his back, chin sunk far down in his stiff collar, pallor writing his face, circles half mooning his eyes. My first instinct was to feel intensely sorry for him. My second was to think back to that sprig of milkweed, that other trifle that had suddenly made us regard this fine officer with suspicion. Then I pushed the whole idea away as preposterous. Suspicions born of a shred of milkweed, utterly nonsensical and too fantastic for further consideration. I concentrated on the plans that lay ahead. Rodriguez was rolling out a single-seater. 2 mechanics were manipulating the wings, swinging them slowly into the wind. I noticed, and it checked perfectly with what I had suspected, that the small plane was capped with a tight hood, one that could be pulled completely over the pilot, airproof glassed like a small awning. Up to that second I wondered if we might not be running on the wildest of wild goose chases. The sight of that particular kind of plane, my knowledge of planes is that of the amateur, and I can only describe, not define or explain in technical terms, made my heart skip a beat. We were sending Harry aloft to death, or to the solution of our puzzle of death and espionage. Deep down in my heart I prayed. My sincerity must have made that brief prayer more than a little effective, that it would be a flight to safety for all of us. Harry jumped from the car and snapped on his helmet and goggles. He put on his flying clothes in the dorm. One of the instructors meandered forward, deliberately offhand and indifferent, to help him buckle on his chute. I wandered out to watch him, standing a little distance away and winking at him reassuringly. A reassurance that at that moment I wished I had, for my stomach was writing close to seasickness, and I kept my hands clenched to hide their clamminess and their tendency to jitter. Was it, I wondered, deliberate, or just a matter of my seeing things? Morin looked our way swiftly. Then he tracked away from us, strode over to where his chauffeur and orderly were loafing near his powerful car, now so much an object of interest to us, gave the fellow a sharp order, and then moved further off from us and toward the control boards of the field. I saw him talk to the man who wore the headphones, and then heard his car cutting away in the direction of his residence. The instructor of the flight was taking over. He stood facing Harry and giving him final instructions. I could hear the short, staccato, technical phrases, and I saw Harry's nods of obedience. All the while I kept thinking, what a waste of time. For whether or not he was listening to the instructions, Harry had no intention of heeding them. If he went up according to normal schedule and came down as the others had come down, what difference did any orders make? If he found that he could execute our plans, he wouldn't permit the orders to stand in his way. I could hear behind me the engine in its final stage of warming up. The powerful motor humming like the song of a mighty archangel should have been reassuring. But it wasn't. What happened to the planes happened, not on the ground, but when they were up, way out of reach of help and hope of safety. Dick had turned his car around and was sitting at the wheel with the motor idling. With a final nod to Harry, I got in beside Dick. Together we watched our young pilot climb into his plane, saw Rodriguez help him pull the glass hood over his head, heard the engine spit fire in a final burst of power, and then listened rather than looked as Harry, all alone, taxied out onto the field and into the wind. Moran stood with a phone in his hand, following the plane with an anxiety which even at this distance I could see and feel. Rodriguez stepped back, and the gesture he made as he wiped his hands on his greasy overalls might have been one of dismissal of the pilot and the plane. Horrible, isn't it, that when one is expecting sinister events, one sees signs and symbols and portents in the gestures of a man rubbing his hands on the legs of his pants. The plane taxied, then raced into the wind, then cut off for a low circle of the field. "Let's go," I said quietly. Dick threw his car into low, ground into high without a bow to second, and we were cutting down the road. Over my shoulder I watched the plane. God bless old Harry, he was following our plan perfectly, and I could see in the open spaces around the field sudden consternation and the rapid, nervous movements of a dozen figures. And no wonder, for instead of mounting rapidly and in constantly widening circles, Harry had hit an altitude of not more than 500 feet, and in a bee-line was flying directly above our heads, almost as if he were racing our car. As a matter of fact, we were racing him. That would be a job, even if he held back his speed. He was in the almost frictionless air, and we were traveling along the cement highway. Dick concentrated on the road and the 85 he was hitting. I kept my eyes on Harry, who, to the casual observer, seemed to be practically hedge-hopping. He cleared the section of the university forest that bounded the far end of the field, was over the farm of old Nordling, our nearest neighbor, throwing a broad shadow on the orchards of the next farmer, name unknown, rose slightly to follow the contours of a low range of hills, and cut in a straight line across the level meadow where the patient cows ignored his shouting motor. All this time our flying car almost matched the flying plane. Ours was trick driving, the sort of thing for which people are paid in the motion pictures. But it was Dick who was doing it, and it was Dick whom we had to thank for hiding that superlative motor in what looked like the first of the Tin Lizzies. Then what we had feared began to happen. We saw the plane slip from its straight, arrow flight and jitter a bit in the air. "It's getting him," I cried, all tense nerves. "He has only about 5 miles to go," said Dick, who could watch a road and an instrument board at the same time. "He's losing altitude, or the land is sloping up, and he's flying in that same line." "Say a prayer," said Dick through gritted teeth. And I knew he meant it. I said the prayer from the very tops of my shoes, and as our car ate up the concrete road in the manner of a dragon sucking in noodles, I saw the flat, level field that was our objective. "Ahead and to the right!" I cried to Dick. "I get you," he answered. The plane, wobbling a bit again, was circling and dropping. Lower and lower, much, oh, much too fast for our peace of mind, the plane came down. It was no 3-point landing that he made. It was a kind of jumpy, bumping, bounce, rise, roll almost over, and then stop with a sickly lurch, landing that would have driven an instructor wild. But the plane was down, and if our guess was correct, Harry was still all right. Dick ignored the low osage hedge that bordered the field. He cut right into it with a roar of motor and a beat of his car that nearly threw me through the roof, and him with the wheel in his hand almost through the windshield. But we were in and alongside the plane, a good 10 miles from the field, and on grand, solid earth. Even as I leaped from the car, I wondered that Harry did not open the hood over his head. I clambered up and caught at the hood, pulling it open with all my strength. Harry was looking very pale and sick, smiling a little, but quite content, just to sit there and wait. As I hoisted myself in beside him, I saw Dick's head appear on the opposite side. "All right?" we both demanded at once. Dick leaned over and snapped off Harry's helmet. Harry shook his head as if to clear it of sleep, and nodded rather greenly, or greyly. "Okay," he said. But when he stood up to get out, he was glad enough of our help. We pulled him out. His legs were rubbery and his hands were given to a flutter and a shake. He sat down on the grass. "Quick!" cried Dick. "Let him sit there. They'll be sending up a plane to look for him. It's a matter of seconds." It was indeed. The earphones which we had jerked from Harry's head were simply spluttering orders. Alternately there came, "Are you all right?" and "What in thunder do you think you are doing?" and "Where are you?" But we had no time to decipher tangled voices. Dick was into the ship's tiny cabin, rooting around furiously. But he didn't have to root far. There was the piece of tubing identical with the one we had seen last night, and it led directly from the engine to the cockpit. No attempt had been made even to hide the tubing. It was as if the man who had placed it there had known that he could cover it with his sweater or his coat until the hood was closed. A young pilot all absorbed in his instrument board and the final instructions wouldn't even notice this misplaced piece of piping. Right from the heart of the engine and into that closed, tightly fastened compartment, scentless, invisible carbon monoxide could be, and undoubtedly had been pumped in a straight, vicious stream. Yes, and if the man in charge of the engine had a prior chance with the motor, he might even mix with the gasoline some still more powerful gas developer. Dick and I spoke our suspicions at precisely the same minute. The picture of that dark, saturnine mechanic standing almost on guard at the plane flashed into our brains at once. "Rodriguez," we both said. The murderous scheme was all so hideously simple. Into the young pilot's lungs was pumped a poisonous gas that he didn't notice or suspect. In a brief time, sleep or unconsciousness would knock all power from his hands. Orders from the ground would be to no avail. Perhaps he would stall the motor. Some of them had done that. Perhaps he would simply let the plane drop, himself with it. He might bail out, reviving in the rush of fresh air before he landed. But in any case, the plane would be picked up a hopeless mass of flaming junk, picked up by the people who had manipulated it into a death trap and could, if need be, wrench out the piece of tubing, a devastating evidence of poisonous death. That glass plant, I thought, in swift gratitude, had given me something more important than even the broadcasting outfit, and I blessed the sweet nudge of Providence that had sent me rooting around in those supposedly empty barrels. We lifted Harry into the car and raced him up and down the road until his head was fairly cleared of the fumes. Then we dropped him once more on the edge of the field that held his plane, watched him walk back. He was steady enough now, and ourselves loafed off down the road. Sure enough, a low-flying machine was circling overhead. In a minute now they'd see him, report that he was safe, and, well, what would happen remained to be seen. But this much we had determined. Harry was to say nothing of our plan or his dizziness. For the purposes of the flying field, he had simply come to land in a sort of inexplicable funk. He was, he'd confess, a pretty poor aviator, but he'd seen that level field, and he just lost his nerve and landed. A cock-and-bull story, all right, but a story they'd have to accept for want of a better one. And that night... We watched the relief plane circling down, and then we drove off and had ourselves a cold drink and a smoke. At 10 o'clock that night, Harry and Dick preceded the arrival of our important guests in my lab. "Did I get mine?" was Harry's only comment. Moran didn't know whether to be relieved and put his arms around me or to call me the worst student flyer he'd ever seen. I know genuine relief when I see it. He couldn't have been happier to see me if I'd been the original prodigal son. And then to prove he's no sissy, he laid me flatter than a dresser scarf and grounded me for a month. "Sincere?" I demanded. "You're sure that relief was real?" Harry shrugged. "The French can act, but not like that. It was the real thing. Whatever this mess is, he's not in it." Then came a knock that admitted no time for polite invitation, and Paris Green and Shorty, whatever his name may be, came into the room. I guess they've seen movie FBI men who never take their hats off indoors, or maybe FBI men, movie and real, don't take their hats off. Anyhow, they collapsed into chairs, and Paris asked, with all the interest of a Nobel Prize scientist interviewing a subnormal, "Well?" We told them briefly our plot of the morning and what we'd found. If it interested them, they hid their interest magnificently. All Paris did was shift his weight slightly and using one half his underworked mouth demand, "Where's the plane, Thorn?" "Still in the field for all I know," Harry answered. "Let's go," said Paris. Once more, Dick's car took the road, I sitting in the back between the two FBI pretties and feeling as if I needed only handcuffs to make the scene complete. A solitary private armed with, I guessed, an unloaded rifle stood at the roadside guarding the stalled plane. He stopped us with a sharp order that seemed to crack through the night like a shot. Paris, who apparently never missed a chance to put people in their place, gave him a sharp answer, and we strode across the field toward the plane, which was now faintly outlined in the night. I had not noticed before that Harry had landed not far from a straw stack, an old one that had grown solid with many rains and the fall of many heavy snows. Naturally, that stack formed a perfect camouflage for the plane. Some impulse made me swing slightly to the left and away from the others, so that I saw the plane, no longer sunk in the protective shadow of the stack, but sharply outlined against the sky. What I had not dared to hope for I saw. Scrambling out of the cabin, the length of pipe in his hand, was a man. I let out a yell, startling the others into a dead stop instead of spurring them on to a burst of speed, and dashed towards the car with my best sprinting since the New England field events. Only he was smarter than I was. One glance at me, and he melted into the heavy shadow between the plane and the straw stack. By the time I reached the plane, the others thundering behind me, he was gone. Paris shot a beam of light toward the straw stack, and caught exactly nothing. I dashed on toward the stack, the others still bad seconds behind me, and saw that not 50 yards away, a little finger of woods stretched out toward the stack, a finger that led into the broad hand of a thick woods, which would be at that hour of night as impenetrable as a coal mine. Briefly I told the others what I had seen, and then strode back to the plane, grabbed Paris's flash out of his hand, and climbed up into the cockpit. As I had suspected, the length of pipe was gone. I climbed down. Paris turned the light, which he sharply snatched from my hand, full into my face. "How do I know that this isn't a fish story, the whole business? How much do you really know? What's the idea of pulling us away twice to show us things that don't exist? First it's a radio sending set, now it's a poison gas pipe." I flared. The days had been nerve-wracking enough. This dumb detective's leaping down my throat and batting my soft palate was too much. "What I know," I almost shouted at him, "is your business to find out. And when you do, if you ever do—" Oh, I know, I was talking out of my head, but the pair of them made me sick. And then for just a queasy instant they made me sicker. For Paris shot out his left palm and poured the warm golden light of his flash onto it. "Maybe before I clap you in jail and let Nils go, you'll tell me what you were doing with that." In his palm lay the eyepiece that one night had been pilfered from my collar box. Just for a moment, I say, I went a little sick. But for some reason Paris continued to do the talking. "Where did I get it?" he asked, voicing my unuttered question. And then he couldn't keep the regret out of his voice. "I wish I knew. It came in the mail this morning with a note telling me that this object had been found in your room. Now talk." Instead, I laughed. "Sorry," I said, "but that's not the missing eyepiece. That's just one we experimented with and discarded." "I don't believe you," snapped Paris. There was nothing for me to do but shrug my shoulders. Earlier in the game, when I knew they were looking for that eyepiece, I had done the thing a fellow would most likely do. I'd given the eyepiece to Julia May and thrown this one into the box, hoping it might mislead whoever was eager to get the piece. But as I stood there with a clammy feeling coming down my spine, I realized that I hadn't misled them for very long. Never would they have delivered the eyepiece to the FBI if they hadn't known it was a fake, and hence not worth keeping. When in addition they realized that it could serve to throw suspicion on me. Another providential inspiration seized me. The good Lord, or a very busy guardian angel, was with me that night. "Give me your flash for just a minute," I said to Paris. Surprisingly, perhaps he believed my explanation after all, He handed me the flash. I ran over to the straw stack, and in a second was skinning up the steep, solid side. "What now?" demanded Paris. "What's up?" echoed Shorty, making his first coherent remark of the evening. It took willpower not to squash that stupid question with a smart alecky answer. Anyhow, I needed my breath for the climb. Soon I was at the top, and drenching the yellow hay with the light of the flash. There it was all right, just as I had hoped and prayed it would be. I reached out, picked up the piece of tubing, and tossed it down. "Let it fall on the ground," I cried as I tossed it. "There may be fingerprints on it besides mine." "Yours might be enough," I heard Paris say through his teeth. I slid down to rejoin them. "There it is," I said. "Now when I produce that radio set for you—" "Your fingerprints on that too?" asked Paris, regarding the two with the air of a fastidious spinster prodding a land crab with a cane. We loafed back to the campus, and Dick dropped the FBI men at their hotel. Paris's last words to me were characteristic of him. He held up the tubing, which he had wrapped in a handkerchief, and said, "Don't leave this campus, Prentice. Anybody who knows as much as you seem to know knows more." "So I won't talk, won't I?" I mimicked, and we started off into the darkness again. "Drive fast," I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice, "to Julia May's." Dick, who never needed a second invitation to show the speed of that car of his, pushed the darkness aside with the prow of his battered, inspired wreck. But even though we were doing the distance in nothing flat, I was sharply sick with worry. No doubt about it, the conspirators now knew I'd tricked them with the fake eyepiece. And since they thought I didn't have it, wouldn't they think naturally, as I had thought naturally, of Julia May? Dramatic as I knew the gesture to be, I wanted to yield to the impulse to beat my temples with my fists. When a man loves a girl and then deliberately goes about throwing perils in her way and making her the target for villains who apparently regard human lives no more highly than they do discarded banana skins. With an audible sigh, I saw ahead of me the house of old Eisenberg and Julia May. A light upstairs made warm yellow the curtains at the windows of a bedroom. My first impulse was to say, "Drive on, Dick," in formula. "Home, James." My second impulse was to stop and ask Julia May to slip downstairs for a second to reassure me. I might, it struck me, ask her, late though the hour was, for the eyepiece, and find a hiding place that wouldn't be so risky as the handbag which, womanlike, she invariably carried with her. Having noted at various times the wild and disordered contents of women's handbags, it had seemed to me a perfect hideout for the eyepiece. "Just a minute," I said. Dick stopped, and I hopped from the car and took the low step in a single bound. A long wait followed my tentative ringing of the bell. I was all for leaving. After all, wasn't it nonsense to be calling on even the one and only girl, and calling under the impulse of a fear I should hesitate to share with her, particularly at this hour of the night? Then the light in the reception hall blazed forth. I heard a chain being slipped protectively across the door, a lock shot back, and the door opened a trifle. Mitzi laid one suspicious eye against the opening. Then, as she saw my lank frame, she turned on the personality, suffused me in a glamour girl smile, and said the conventional nothings. I brushed them aside with what amounted to rudeness. "May I speak to Julia May?" I asked. Her arched eyebrows reached a new and perhaps all-time high. "Julia May?" she echoed in honest surprise. Or was the woman a consummate actress? "Why, I thought she was out with you." My heart fell right onto the porch and lay there without a bounce. Even through that scant opening in the door, she must have read the consternation in my not too mobile face, for she poured out an explanation that was clearly meant to be an amplification of her thesis. A phone call had come, for me, she supposed, the sound of a car at the door, Julia May all dressed and down the stairs. That was all she knew. And what more was there to know? "Don't blame me," she concluded. "Did she?" I asked, trying to sound casual when the mere fact that I asked such a question made the matter big and significant. "Did she take her handbag?" "Does any woman go out without a handbag?" she countered logically enough. But I had no time for logic. "Please see, it would be on her dresser, wouldn't it?" A patter of patient feet up the stairs, a little cascade of descending sound, and she was back in the doorway. Of course she took it! And then, though I marveled that one could so hammer the obvious, anything wrong? Not a thing, I countered. How's Mr. Elwell? Was there a shade of hesitation before she answered? As well as one could accept, considering. Her look was suddenly unfriendly. For further details, why don't you see him yourself? He seems to interest you so much. With that, she slammed the door in my face. I stood there not knowing what to do. Maybe all this was nothing. Or was I silly to hope that it was nothing? Maybe it was just coincidence. Maybe Julia May, tired of the atmosphere of that house, was with a girlfriend. Maybe. Standing there and indulging myself in wishful thinking, I suddenly stared at the lilac bush that grew in the nook where the stairs right-angled into the porch. Against the green I saw a clear splash of white. One bound brought me to it, and I caught up the object that mentally I had grasped long before I held it. It was one of Julia May's handkerchiefs, right enough, and the familiar scent of her perfume floated up to me, delicate but convincing as a name in letters a yard high. The handkerchief was knotted in the center. Our agreed-upon signal, her knotted handkerchief dropped behind her in her hour of need. If I had heard her scream, I couldn't have known more clearly that my Julia May was facing peril and knew it. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Clouds Cover the Campus by Daniel A. Lord S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 7. Funny what panic will do to a person. As I stood there on the dark porch, holding the knotted handkerchief, I had the feeling that I was whirling around in continuously widening circles. Then when I finally reached the car and told the others, it seemed to me that the one logical thing to do was to race the car around in continuously widening circles too. It was as if I expected one of those whirling circles to include Julia May, to catch her up as by the sheer mechanical covering of space. But the other two, Dick and Harry, did not have the personal interest to throw them into panic. Though my incoherently coherent story did make them look drawn and pale, they began to think with reasonableness. So without a word to me, Dick turned his car along the road that led, I knew instinctively, to the glass plant. It was 1,000 to 1 chance that they had hidden her there. Foggy hope, but we plowed toward it. And it was a false lead. The glass plant was wrapped in darkness and quiet. The planks that had covered the window, that was once used for entrance and exit, were now carelessly loose. Our flash revealed a floor swept clean of the fake dust and of any possible footprints. We entered the building, rushed down the corridor and up the stairs, and came to the office that had long since been stripped of the broadcasting apparatus. And though we pounded on the walls and called at the top of our voices and shot the beam of our flashlight into every least corner of the place, we found no sign of anyone. Certainly Julia May was not there, nor was there any indication that anyone had been there since the removal of the apparatus. Despair caked my heart in ice. I wanted to sit down and cry. Undoubtedly an effective and manly way to solve any problem. So in the mad urge to do something physical, I walked to the boarded glassless window and with one fierce energy-releasing punch, knocked loose a plank. It swung out, held in place by 2 loose nails at the top, but it swung far enough to give me a view of the ground close to the building. We had been standing, our search completely stalled, with darkness all around us. There had been no need for our using the flash, since one can think or feel desolate and beaten in the dark, as well as in the light. So when I struck the plank outward, it made a sharp noise, but released no light from within, and I could see without being seen. Below me in the darkness I saw a moving figure. With the instinctive response to a sudden noise, he looked up. He did not duck, as he might have done had the noise been followed by a burst of light. With a single sweep of my arm, I caught the flash out of Dick's hand and pointed it directly on the upturned face. For a second he stood in the cold, bright circle of light, and then he threw his arm up over his face and disappeared into the shadows. "What's the matter?" burst from both my companions at once. But I stood rummaging in every corner of my memory for that face. I knew it. I'd seen it. Different, but so much the same. I told Dick and Harry what I had seen. With one of his terrific bursts of energy, Dick tore away the planks that remained across the window and dropped to the ground beneath, where I could hear him scurrying about the tall weeds like a terrier rooting out a rabbit. His movements faded away, and then he called to us, this time in surprised fury. Harry and I hit the ground in quick succession and dashed across the field to our car. There it stood resting solidly on the rims of 4 deflated tires. Someone, and someone who knew his way around cars, had done this quickly and with complete effectiveness. And the pump, Dick discovered, had been broken. Even as I stood there fuming internally, I remembered where I'd seen that vaguely familiar face. This was a younger man, no doubt of that, but still the face was the same in features and general contour as the face of the ancient who presided over the ghost town's filling station. I told Dick and Harry, and they looked their bewilderment, almost disbelief. "But," protested Dick, "there's no other place around here where we could go for help except to that station. Wouldn't he be the biggest of fools to do a thing like that, knowing we'd have to come to him, and knowing that we'd feel the way we do? It just sounds like bad business." "I didn't say this man was the filling station man. I said it was someone who looked like him, much younger, a cousin maybe, a nephew, a son. Anyhow, he'd not reckoned, whoever he is, on my flashing the light into his face, and if he had got away unnoticed, what difference would it make that later our need for help forced us to seek him at his station?" Dick was elected to stay with his car. Harry and I tramped the relatively short distance to the station, a distance made long, not by mileage, but by growing anxiety. Whoever was in back of all this, the vision in the darkness seemed only some pitifully secondary figure in the drama, was doing everything possible to hold up our activity. And all the while they were holding Julia May, and my heart, tighter than I cared to admit. The antiquated filling station looked as dead as the ghost town itself. The pounding of my fist awoke only echoes. The station, sentineled by the 2 red-coated pumps, was a 2-story frame structure, and whoever lived in it occupied the 2nd story. So I directed impolite and insistent yells at the upper windows. Then the 2 of us flung handfuls of earth and gravel at them. Finally we got results. I turned my flash full on the face that appeared. Yes, undoubtedly there were points of similarity between this face and the face I'd so recently spotted near the plant, but this face was more wrinkled, much more the museum piece. He growled at us, and we growled back. However, he grudgingly agreed to come down, and he did so after a long delay. He found us a hand pump that must have come as a prize with the first pneumatic tire. Suddenly I shot out at him. "I saw your son tonight." He looked at me through eyes over which nature or practice had dropped a film of gelatine. "Ain't got no son," he replied. "Or your nephew," I countered, nodding my head understandingly. "Nor no nephew," he retorted. "And bring back that pump when you get through. It'll be $2 for the use." I moved the plunger up and down 2 or 3 times experimentally. It was as I had suspected, a nice large leak in the rubber hose. Of course, it might have been due to the age of the pump, but I didn't think so. "I'll use your phone," said I, "while you're putting a new tube on this pump." "Ain't got no phone," he said, in what was evidently his favorite formula. But Harry gave him no time to say, "Ain't got no tube." Miraculously, he pulled a tube out of the junk box beside the door. Maybe it wasn't such a miracle. The tube might have gone into the box not too long before we appeared. And we were on our way, I wishing that I could have phoned to Paris Green and Shorty. For all of a sudden I felt very humble. The whole problem had grown much too big and torturous for me. Expert help was what I needed, even if it meant spilling the whole business to the FBI men and taking my chances with what they'd think about me. The sun was making a reluctant appearance, apparently as unwilling to start the day as the rest of us were, when we pulled slowly past Julia May's house. I didn't need to pause. Julia May wasn't there, for her bedroom window was shut tight. She, healthy kid that she was, would have died rather than sleep in a bedroom whose windows were closed. I sent Dick and Harry ahead to order breakfast at the shop, while I stopped for Father Brady's 6 o'clock Mass. Over bacon and eggs and numerous cups of hot coffee, which we swallowed with real exercise of willpower, we laid all the cards on the table, and I told them for the first time the details they didn't know. My first visit to the lab on that awful night, my taking of the eyepiece, my substituting of the paper in the envelope, and all the other stupid things I'd done just because I'd thought I was such a smart guy. But in my eagerness to make a clean breast of the whole business, I forgot to mention the 2 bright objects I'd found, one of which had disappeared, and the other of which had been transferred to the pocket of a pair of clean pajamas. Harry voiced their united opinion. "I'm calling Paris Green," he said. "Let's meet him in your lab at noon. In the meantime, for the love of heaven, go back and get a shower, a shave, and a few winks. I'd be ready to call you guilty now just by looking at you." We separated at the door of the shop. As I swung across the campus, if the weary amble which I mustered could be complimented by the term swinging, I heard a rush of air behind me, and Morin's car drew up, in such a fashion as if to head me off. The chauffeur jumped out and flung open the door of the tonneau, and Morin himself leaned out. "Prentice," he said, "would you mind riding with me for a bit? I want to talk to you." What was there for me to do? I was just about to step into the car when a hand touched my arm. I felt a shock, as of a man suddenly invited by his rival gangsters to "take a ride," and I turned to look into the cynical face of Sidney Weiss. Ignoring Morin, though all the time I felt that Weiss intended the dramatic interlude for him, he thrust a copy of the Rock Ledger into my hand. "Read as you ride," he said. "Sometimes I print editorial opinion. Sometimes I print news, which is after all history. Today I print prophecy." And he strode down the street. I climbed in beside Morin. The chauffeur took his place behind the wheel. The car moved away from the curb, and for the first time I looked at Morin with more than a casual glance. If ever I saw a sick man, it was this fellow, whom I had always regarded as a great hero, and whom I now regarded, on the silly evidence of a bit of milkweed, as I don't know what. But his grey, ghost-haunted, tight-lipped face somehow knocked my suspicions into nothing. Here was no acting. Here was a man sick with worry, grim and grey, as I felt myself to be. He took the paper out of my hand and opened it on my knee. But I beat him to the verbal punch. I was full of my own worries. "They," and I didn't have to explain the pronoun, "kidnapped Julia May last night. She has the eyepiece." For a moment I thought he had not heard. Then a very slight twitch of his mouth told me that he had been listening, but not closely enough to divert his attention from the headline that stretched in a banner of gloom and foreboding all across page 1. "Mass flight of 15 planes to take the air," and under this in letters hardly smaller, certainly as stark, "Campus wonders which will come down and how." "I'm sorry," said Morin. He was clearly reaching sympathy to me through the barbed barrier of that headline. "She won't be hurt. I'm sure of that." "It'll be best for them if she's not hurt," I cried, knowing as I spoke that my threat was a feeble thing, and that I was speaking only to ease my anxiety. Morin's long index finger was resting on the headline. "Campus wonders," he read aloud, "and, oh bon Dieu, how I wonder too." Then he poured it out to me, poured it out with all the wrung agony of someone who had to talk to someone, anyone. "They've got to fly," he cried, "if they are to learn to defend their land against what I saw in France. And if when that inhumane enemy comes, that sky—" His fingers left the headline to point toward the horizon. "Can't be black with the vultures like another sky I saw with nothing of eagles to meet them. They've got to fly. And yet—" He turned to me suddenly, and there was in his voice a low, tortured appeal that I found hard to resist. "Oh, I know that the whole thing ties in with some ugly chain. The lads who crashed, the bomb sight that was almost stolen, the old professor's death, and now this disappearance of Julia May." It seemed stranger for this dignified man to use her first name, except that he was echoing my utterance of it. His hand gripped my knee. "What do you know about all this? What do you know that you are not telling? Shall I let those boys go up tomorrow? What information have you that you are keeping secret?" I was on the point of telling him everything I knew, little as that was, but some impulse held me back. Something like a hand seemed to grip my windpipe and choke back my speech. It was another impulse, utterly contradictory to what I wanted to say, that made me answer him with these two amazing sentences. "Let them fly tomorrow," and then, "Can you come to my laboratory today at exactly noon?" He nodded, asked me where I wanted to go, leaned forward and instructed the chauffeur, and sat back, submerged in silence. I followed his departing car with an anxiety I could not analyze. I went home and tried to get rid of everything in the rush of water over my body, the keenness of a fresh blade against my chin, and the vain effort to trick sleep into laying me low before my alarm clock announced 11:30. Old Charlie's door was ajar as I passed his room on my way to my small lab. I heard the old fellow tinkering around, and from his room came the sound of a recorded waltz. Tales from the Vienna Woods, I think it was. I entered my lab and had just about thrown the chairs into place when Dick and Harry arrived with Paris Green and Shorty. The FBI lads looked about as interested as a couple of tomcats come to a dog show, but I had long since learned that these scions of the government regarded interest as a vice. Almost on their heels, Morin entered. "I had to walk over," he said. "I'm afraid I'm late. My car was out of order. I can't understand, but if I'm on time—" We nodded, and he sat down. "Well," said Paris, lifting one skeptical eyebrow and leaving it suspended near his hairline. So without prelude, I told them as much of the story as I knew. Once more, why is it that we fail to remember an essential detail when we have rehearsed our narrative so carefully, forgetting about the two bright objects? I told the story in reverse. My discovery that Julia May was gone, the knotted handkerchief and its unspoken message to me, my conviction that the old fellow at the gas station or a young relative of his had no good business about the glass plant. Then I told how we found the broadcasting station, and I brought in the odd fact that we'd seen Mitzi Eisenberg's car along that particular road on that evening, and that the car had disappeared rather strangely. "Any other car?" asked Paris, swiftly touching a tender point. "Monsieur Morin's," I said, for there was nothing else I could say. Morin appeared not to hear, and I went on to tell about Harry's finding the milkweed stuck in the bumper of Mitzi's car. "And any other car?" again interrupted Paris, who was evidently using a crystal that we couldn't see. "Yes," I answered reluctantly, "Monsieur Morin's." This time Morin heard right enough, and on his drawn and haggard face was a slight flush of color. All this time the recorded music was coming from old Charlie's room, making an incongruously gay background for my quasi-confession, quasi-accusation. Each time I paused, the music seemed to swell. When I talked, it seemed to fade out. Then abruptly it ended altogether, and I heard a single sharp whine of static. Then silence. Strange how one hears unimportant trifles even when one is deep in something that absorbs one and calls for concentration. For I was now with my own personal story, and it wasn't easy to tell all the things I'd held out, not with Paris swaying back and forth on an uncomfortable chair that he balanced at an acrobat angle, and Shorty seeing me through apparently closed eyes that seemed to sleep and not sleep under the brow of his soft hat, and to see everything. At long last I finished, just as the clock in Grey Memorial Chapel struck 12:30. The silence around us was thick, oppressive, and like the sound of the knocking at the gate in Macbeth came a sharp double rap at the door. Paris stood up, ignoring the knock, his eyes not on me this time, but on Morin. "Monsieur Morin," he said, "I'm afraid that I shall have to arrest you for the—" The door was suddenly thrown open without the courtesy of further knocking. Charlie stood framed in the doorway. The light from the window beat full onto his face, which was upturned to regard us. Behind him was the shadowy darkness of the corridor. "Well," shot Paris, regarding this interruption with irritated distaste. "Gentlemen," Charlie began. Here I discontinue any effort to reproduce his sounds. His accent strangely resembled the thick utterances of old Short Circuit. Excitement had always thrown both of them into a scramble of bad English. "If you will come to my little room for just a minute—" "We're busy," said Paris rudely. But Charlie simply lifted his hand, this time commandingly. "I think," he said, "that you will be glad to listen to the voice of the man you are all looking for." All I remember of the next 30 seconds is a scramble of men racing the short distance between my laboratory and the room where Charlie led his mysterious, and to us, uncharted life. I know that as we entered his room, I had the quick realization that the radio, housing in its old-fashioned case a mechanism evidently identical with that made by old Short Circuit for the two of us, was still turned on, though now no sound came from it. "Gentlemen," began Charlie again, lapsing from his brief command into charming politeness, "if you will wait just a minute." And then across the airwaves, coming from somewhere that I couldn't even hope to guess, sounded clear and sinister the voice that I had heard on previous momentous occasions, the voice that now made our spines creep. It was a guttural voice with a foreign accent. It was obviously disguised. The message it brought was plain as a pikestaff, whatever that may be. "The man who just summoned you," the voice said, "is in no way connected with what I am going to tell you, so put your suspicions about him out of your extraordinarily obtuse minds." The speaker paused, as if he wanted the satisfaction of letting that purposeless insult sink in. Then, "Prentice, I am talking to you, but what I'm about to say to you is warning to the rest of you. We wanted that eyepiece, and we got it. We thought we had the bomb sight, too." Again a pause to let those facts sink in. Moran laughed in nervous relief. "It's secure in Dean Rothan's safe," he whispered, as if afraid that the radio speaker might hear. "Is it?" retorted Paris Green in the same hushed voice. "It was stolen from the Dean's office 2 nights ago." In a flash I thought happily of the real bomb sight hidden securely under the rubbish here in Charlie's room, and almost close enough for any one of us to reach out and touch it. The voice resumed. "We have a young lady who is very dear to one of you, the one who seems to know most about this business. That simplifies matters for us. If you take one step to trace her, she will disappear forever, and you know that human life means little to us in the cause we serve. It may take you some time to get the bomb sight, so I am giving you until tonight. If you decide to deliver the bomb sight to us," his voice rang with sudden authority, "flash the light in Prentice's laboratory at exactly 10 o'clock. Once on, once off. A pause, once off, and this time leave it off. You will then receive instructions via this radio on where to deliver the bomb sight. After you have delivered the sight, you will find the young lady at home and as safe as she is now." Then in almost satiric parody on the police calls, the speaker said, "That is all." Paris Green broke the dead silence that had settled on the room. "There are about a dozen questions that I still can't answer. How, first of all," he faced Charlie with an accusing frown, "do you happen to have a radio that can receive messages that none of the rest of us can get?" "Because," said the old man simply, without strutting, "when I made the first one for my cousin, the professor, and he and Tom Prentice duplicated it, I naturally enough made one for myself." I looked at Charlie with sudden admiration. So the radio wasn't old Short Circuit's invention at all, but the invention of this janitor. "Well," said the deflated Paris, and again, "well." Then he coughed unnecessarily and launched his second torpedo. "Who in this gang here has any idea where the lost bomb sight is resting?" All of us except Charlie looked blank. I deceitfully, the others from ignorance. But old Charlie hobbled across the room, lifted the rubbish which I had seen piled above the broken bomb sight, and stood back. Only this time it was my turn to look blank. What we saw wasn't the broken, smashed, wrecked instrument I had seen in the professor's lab on the night of the murder, and later in Charlie's closet. It was the reconstructed bomb sight, perfect to the last detail. There are moments when speech is surely unnecessary. We paid to this revelation the tribute of our silent admiration. Paris, for once in his life, a little embarrassed, turned to Moran. "Sorry," he said, "I overlooked too many facts, but I still—" Moran sank into a chair and buried his face in his hands. "Don't," he said, "don't." There was agony in his voice. "Tomorrow is the day for the mass flight. Who knows what they will do, and how far is it my fault?" I turned away from the anguish of the man. As I did, a completely perfect plan, intricate but simple, seemed to blueprint itself in my brain. "Dick! Harry!" I cried, for I remembered the signal from the window on the night of the murder, and the answering signal from the wings of a low-flying plane. Maybe we could do it, and if we could... Dick and Harry tumbled from the room after me and into my lab. I drew the curtain aside and measured, as accurately as I could from memory, the location of that plane on the fatal night, and then the direction in which it had turned before the lights on the plane disappeared. For a few minutes I talked very fast, and Dick made mental calculations that involved that crazy car of his. Then he nodded reassuringly. "If it's not too far, I think I can do it," he announced. We sauntered back to Charlie's room, where the others were still standing in a kind of daze. "Gentlemen," I said, "we're going to give the signal. Then we're going to leave Charlie here." I put my hand affectionately on the old fellow's shoulder, "while some of us attend to some very important business." "But what about tomorrow's flight?" Morin's voice was still raw and tortured. "You start the flight on schedule," I announced. "But don't worry. I think that before the flight, we'll have our man." End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Clouds Cover the Campus by Daniel A. Lord S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 8. Have you ever tried to fill in hours when they drag along like a wounded snail? You know there is nothing you can do but watch them drag. There was really only one thing that I wanted to do, and wanted urgently. For all the instincts and hunches of my nature rolled into one told me exactly where I'd find Julia May. Only if I went there now, all our plans, all our hopes of catching the murderer and stopping the crashes that filled our campus with horror might be ended. I did this, though. I took a bike, and, though the afternoon was chilly, I rode the highway, and then the rough surfaced road, until I hit a rise of land from which I could see the ghost town. I pulled my bike up into the second or third stand of young timber, and then climbed as high as I could. Before me stretched what remained of a large promotional bubble that was now lying to the lee of the deserted plant. I could count, from the way the weed-grown streets slanted, 100 houses, all long since deserted. Buildings that had once been prosperous stores, a motion picture theater, the town's fire and police department, and the city hall now stood like the skeletons of battered dreams, and in any one of them. With terrific force of will I pulled myself away from the hill and pedaled my bike back to the lab. The sounds issuing from old Charlie's room were reassuring. I knocked at the door and the sounds stopped. His guttural, "Who's there?" was his answer, then his clump across the floor. He opened the door, let me slip through the smallest possible gap, and shut and locked the door tightly behind me. He had done a grand job, no doubt of that. The mass of junk that rested on his table was an exact replica of the bomb site as I remembered it, with photographic accuracy, on the night of the murder. "Looks almost like the real thing," I said admiringly. "It is exactly like the real thing," he said, "only a little more battered, a little harder to put together. All the experts in the world wouldn't be able to make it whole again, like Humpty Dumpty," and he grinned crookedly at this use of English folklore, "in less than 2 days. Anyhow, there is just one essential missing, one tiny little part that not even you or Nils saw. And how will they know until it's too late?" He touched my arm with sudden eagerness. "It will be too late," he insisted. "You are sure you know the man, and will get him?" I had never seen the old fellow so eager. He seemed to be standing on tiptoe for the answer. I wished I could have made my voice sound more positive. "I'm going to do my best," I said. "I'm praying." Surprisingly, he nodded his head. "Prayer, that is good. Once on a time I prayed much. But the sufferings of my people, this—" the adjective seemed suddenly vast enough to include his whole twisted body, "that they did to me, life itself made me stop praying. That was bad. Perhaps then most of all I should have prayed. Who knows?" It was an amazing speech for him. I think I gulped a little. I wanted to hurry away from his self-revelation. I wanted to stay and find out if there was more. There was more, and he talked simply, as if he had found me an understanding friend and was glad. I was at the university in Riga, Russia, they then called it. He, the one you called Short Circuit, as you not unreasonably called me Charlie, for the fellow that played Quasimodo. I know I started guiltily. What didn't the fellow know about us, about everything? He was in Heidelberg. There was a pogrom, one that was great fun for all the students, except the Jewish students. It did this to my body. So I drifted to America because it sounded so free, and to this. Again a pronoun was made to stand for his room, the brooms and pans that I knew lay behind that little curtain, the books, the instrument on the table. But during the years we two corresponded, the professor and I went on quietly with my work, sometimes sending him suggestions, like the one for this. He patted the bomb sight. I brought him here, not knowing that the race that drove him out could reach so far. His eyes burned at me. I want them caught. What could I do other than reassure him? Dean Rotham was waiting for me outside the door of my laboratory. In the press of the last few days I had almost forgotten him. Now he stood nervous and oily as always, half a dozen cigarette butts on the floor, expecting my arrival. I paid him my perfunctory respects and ushered him into my lab, but he wouldn't sit down. His voice was all steel springs and sandpaper when he spoke. I hear it is now known that the bomb sight was stolen from my office safe, he said, all in a burst. There is nothing for me to do but nod. And now I learn that it was the false sight, and that tonight you and your conspirators, he rang that word with real emphasis, means to deliver the real one to someone who has no right to it. A second, more guarded nod followed the first. Because you happen to love a girl who might suffer. Suffer, I commented, with reined-in temper, is a mild word for what these fellows seem to be doing to people who stand in their way. But since the surest defense is a strong offense, notably in this day of mechanized warfare, I shot my wad. How, may I ask, do you happen to be so confoundedly careless that you let them get away with what you mistakenly thought was the real bomb sight? How dare you? He demanded melodramatically, and then, I insist that the real bomb sight be given into my keeping. If because of you our possible enemies get it. Because of you our possible enemies once thought they had it, I retorted, temper slipping out of rein. No, you won't get the bomb sight. You won't get a second chance to let the thing slip out of your keeping. I curbed temper with a bit of irony. A busy man like you, Dean, really shouldn't be away from your office for so long. Please don't let me keep you any further. He was out the door before he knew it, even though I used skill rather than force. I shut and locked the door behind him, and then from the window watched him flounce down the steps and across the campus. All the while I was rolling on my tongue that strangely foreign-sounding name of his. We met in Paris Green's room for a bite of supper. Suddenly I found the FBI man singularly attractive. I don't know why, but I liked the fellow with a liking that went from the ground up. Perhaps it was that he was paying me the irresistible compliment of trusting me. Perhaps I liked him just because he was a real guy. Dick and Harry had arrived early. Shorty and Green were of course waiting. I arrived on the dot of the appointed time, and we settled back to wait for Morin. A few minutes later his car pulled up to the door, and, while Paris answered the bell, we all sat waiting expectantly. Paris returned with a note in his hand. It wasn't Morin, he explained. Just his car and the chauffeur, but here's a note. And he read off a swift apology. Terribly sorry, but he had to spend the evening with the technical men in charge of the morning's flight. He knew that the evening's adventure was in safe hands, and could we work along without him? Funny. Awfully funny, said Paris. Then we deliberately thrust the matter from us, began to eat, and discussed the details of our plan for the night's adventure. During the meal, the boarding-house keeper from whom Green and Shorty had rented their apartment came knocking at the door. There was a phone call downstairs from Mr. Prentice. How in thunder, said the look in everyone's eye, did anyone know that I was here? I tumbled down the stairs in a hurry, picking up the swinging receiver, and barked my name into the phone. It was Mitzi's voice, worried and taut. "Tell me, Tom," she cried. "Isn't there any news of Julia May? Oh, I know all that's been between us, But I'm terribly worried, sick over it, and all this mystery." I found it hard to make my voice cordial. What I wanted to ask was, "Nervous for Julia May or for Elwell?" Instead, I uttered platitudes about my being sure that Julia May was all right. Then I got a hunch. "If you or Mr. Elwell has been in the slightest degree nervous, just relax." I drew this out deliberately. "Nothing seems to point your way." "What do you mean by that?" she gasped. "Just what I say," I replied, snapping back to my normal tone and speed. "Why do you ask what I mean?" It was she who snapped off and left me holding a dead receiver. We finished dinner and our plans with equal dispatch. Old Charlie, as I had expected, was waiting for us. On his table the replica of the bomb site rested in a large canvas sack that seemed to be made to hold it. For just a second it gave me a wrench to realize that we were delivering what seemed in every visible detail the precious means of our own nation's defense. But I held tight to my trust in the old fellow, and we fastened the sight in the canvas and laid it against the wall. The night had closed in over the campus. From the ground below came the usually pleasant decrescendo of campus sounds. Undergraduates walking about and talking quietly, footsteps ringing on the concrete walks and streets, a gay whistle that rose to trill part of a song and then drop off into an unfinished ending. I kept my eyes on my watch until the hands pointed to the time on which we had agreed. Old Charlie snapped on the shortwave receiving set. Paris Green and Shorty drew up chairs close to the radio, ready for instructions. "Let's go," said I, and Dick and Harry and I slipped out down the stairs, through a side door that was seldom used and was heavily banked with shrubbery, and down a dark lane where Dick's car was parked. We climbed in and silently moved out to the spot which was as far away from the building and as close to our possible objective as we dared risk. Trusting entirely to my direction, Dick fled along the main road, the road we had traveled so often of late, and then paused with the nose of his car turned experimentally into our rough-surfaced lane. "I may be all wrong," I said, "and this may not have been the way at all." "Quit apologizing," snarled Harry nervously. Then he grabbed my wrist and pointed up into the dark sky. No doubt about it. There against the deep blue of the night sky was the outline of a plane, and we could hear the purr of a motor throttled low but humming through the quiet of the night. The plane was dark, no light showing, but just as it passed overhead, coming up from the horizon far to our right, it flashed on the wing lights, and I know I must have jumped. Those lights matched perfectly the lights I had seen on that plane on the night that had answered a flickering signal from the window of old Short Circuit's laboratory. "That's it," I whispered, as if whispering were called for by the immediate presence of our unknown adversaries. With tense nerves we followed the flight of the machine across the skyline and toward the campus and the signal from the laboratory. "Here," said Dick. He certainly was master of the essential gadget, for darned if into my hands he didn't place a pair of powerful binoculars. I wanted to ask, "How come?" and a lot of other foolish questions, but I choked them back and concentrated on the plane, pulling it close to my vision with the glasses, and then following it as it sped across the sky and went into a long circle over what was clearly the campus. Twice it swung, going slower each time, or so it seemed from where I was. Then what I had been waiting for happened. In clear answer to a signal, the lights on the plane flashed on and off. There was a pause, then on and off again, and this time the lights stayed off. "Step on it," I whispered. Once more that incredible car of Dick's was racing a plane. Said Dick, apparently in answer to my unspoken comment, "Getting to be a habit with me, isn't it? Nice old bus." All conversation ended while he concentrated on the task of keeping the car going 80 to 90 on a road that had originally been shaped for the placid progress of gentle kine. To my delight, the plane this time made a hypotenuse of the triangle and cut straight for the very point that was my objective. "She's coming," I said, and then, "Can you drive with your lights off? It's only a short distance now. You can do it." "How about blindfolding me?" gritted Dick. But he snapped off the lights just the same and guided himself by the line of heavy shade that was thrown by the trees and hedges. We were just at the clump of forest this side of the glass plant when I gave the order to abandon the car. Dick turned sharply into the heavy shadow. We bolted out, and then clinging to the dark roadside, ran like mad. Over us the plane rushed, and then made the long sweep preparatory to landing. All the while I knew that the rest of our party, who were carrying the fake bomb sight, were heading for some spot, designated as the point of surrender, and we were making all the speed we could to reach our objective before the plane had yielded up the man or men that we wanted so much to see. In college, track had been my specialty and my delight, so I set out to make a new record for the distance, knowing that something far, far more important than a collegiate or an AAU championship was at stake, more a race against death. Just before we reached the village, I cut again to the right, thus dodging most carefully any possible contact with the filling station or the ancient guardian of it. I switched into an abandoned business street, for the road moved along the side of the village and not through what had once been its main street. I ran on until I came to the fire engine house. The door was barred securely enough, but the window was broken, and I plunged a hand inside, found the broken clasp, shot it open, hurled myself over the sill, and ran up the old-fashioned stairs that led to what must once have been a proud, if utterly useless, watchtower. Cobwebs and dust were thick on the glass of the windows. I brushed all that aside with a coat sleeve and pressed my face against the glass. The plane was not in sight. It had come to safe landing while I had been running into my coign of vantage. I heard my two companions arriving and finding the open window. Then the sound of their footsteps preceded them up the stairs. From our window we had a good view of what must have been at one time the central square of the town. Across from me was a little theatre I had spotted, and 2 or 3 now empty stores. Set back in rank weeds was a community church, and not far away a school. Then down into the avenue ran the rows of unused houses. My brain, summing up all possibilities, dwelt for a moment on the chance that the man, or men from the plane, might be stopping in one of these deserted houses. Then I thrust it aside with a prayer. Somehow I had a hunch that their views of life were larger, that they would want a more pretentious structure, one with a little more elbow room for their purposes. Anyway, I kept hoping and hoping. A leap of my heart told me I had not hoped in vain. Through the shadow came a solitary figure, a man indistinguishable in the darkness, but moving with ground-consuming strides. He issued forth from the shadows of the avenue, and just before he came under our tower, swung across the road. For a moment we lost him under the thick shade of some tall trees, and then we caught him again as he mounted the steps of the little community church. Smart man, I thought, sensing the irony of the situation. Of all the places, the church would be the least likely to be searched. Harry caught my arm and pointed to the church, where there was a heavy hulk of shadow that we had not noticed there before. "A car," he said. Though I did not mean to be patronizing, I involuntarily retorted, "Naturally." For what seemed hours on end, though it was probably only a matter of seconds, we sweated and waited. Then forth from the church came 2 figures. Even at that distance I knew that one of them was my Julia May. Even at that distance and in that difficult gloom I could see that her eyes were tightly covered with a complicated sort of hoodwink. The 2 figures moved down the short flight of stairs and swung toward the car, he apparently pushing her just a little, insistently but without real roughness. "Let's go down and get him," said Harry impulsively. You can imagine how my every instinct agreed with him, how I longed to dash down, bat that scamp over the head, and tear the blindfold from Julia May's beloved face. Yet if I did that, what then? She was in all certainty being delivered to safety. We had much, much more to learn, and if this man was not the only one involved, if there were more, and our chivalry made us lose them. I hissed at him to be quiet, and then wished to high heaven that the same instinct that made me at this distance know Julia May so well would also tell me who the man was. But I could only wait for luck. Accident. The fellow pushed her into the front seat and hurried around the hood of the car. And then by some blessed presence of mind, possession of instinct, or nudge of Providence, Julia May did just the right thing. The car was standing parallel to us, its lights pointing down the road I had just run. I had seen him as he almost pushed her into the car. I could see him now, near the hood. As he stood there, Julia May flashed on the headlights, and they swept hot and bright and full into his face. I could have shrieked with delight, and then with disappointment. It was the mechanic from the university's airfield, Rodriguez. All the time I had been hoping for someone important, significant, and here it was someone whom all of us must have suspected, yet who certainly was not the dominant figure, the brains behind the murder and the plain accidents. As I simultaneously gloated over our discovery and wanted to sob with disappointment, another figure ran out from the supposedly empty church and came alongside the car. In a bound he had flashed off the headlights. Rodriguez swept back, pushed the newcomer aside with a rudeness that indicated very clearly that he considered him an inferior, leaped into the car and stepped on the starter. Without headlights, with the noiseless precision of a fine motor, the car slipped past us. And as it did, the three of us, there in the watchtower, recognized it beyond the shadow of a doubt. It did not and, so far as we knew, never had belonged to Rodriguez. The figure that remained across the street returned to the church. I heard fresh noises of motors, and then from behind the church appeared a ridiculously battered old car, a sort of automobile-covered wagon. But no expert opinion was needed to tell that this was no wreck and ruin, but, as in the case of Dick's machine, an ancient body covering a powerful engine. A quick leap of reasoning told us that under the canvas was probably the broadcasting set for which we might have searched that church in vain. They were cautious, no doubt of that. I wondered if somewhere in that ghost town there might be a boneyard of ancient automobiles too. If there was, what a marvelous place it would be in which to hide this battered-looking machine. In anticipation, let me say that guess was correct. Hardly had the truck pulled out of the clear and into the shadow than we were down the tower's shaky ladder and out into the street. "Let's call in the ancient mariner who runs the filling station," said I. 10 to 1 he's on that truck," retorted Harry. "Don't kick the obvious when it's down," I said, "but let's make sure." We made sure all right. We fairly beat down the station, pretending at the top of plaintive and protesting voices that we were stranded motorists. And what in blazes kind of a station was this anyhow, that left lone travelers to freeze to death in the middle of the road, travelers unoiled and ungassed? But all the while we saw to it that we would leave no trail behind us. No one must know that on that night that we had stalked our victims in the ghost glass plant city. The mariner wasn't there. He was out on business too. So we made right for Julia May. How can I tell you what a burst of relief flooded my heart when I saw all the lights on and knew that they could mean only one thing, the safe return of my beloved. Only it took a lot of convincing to make me sure, and she did the convincing with her own dear charm and smile. Then we made her talk just a little. No, she had no idea who had held her captive. She'd been immediately blindfolded, but she was sure that there were at least two. No, she hadn't seen anything of her surroundings, except what seemed a small room with stained glass windows. "A vestry," I explained, but she didn't seem to pay much attention. Yes, she had heard the hum of a generator. If there were voices broadcasting, she had not heard them. Beyond that, she knew nothing. Mitzi, with a tenderness that I had not believed possible in her, took Julia May in her arms, gently asked us to leave, and put her to bed. We hit back for my laboratory to wait for Green and Shorty. Old Charlie was in his room, his radio softly sifting through his beloved Strauss waltzes. How he managed, no matter what hour of the day or night, to locate Strauss on the dial, I never could quite figure. "Well?" he asked. "Rodriguez and another fellow that we're sure is the man who is pretending to be the proprietor of the filling station." "She's safe?" he demanded. We nodded happily. The old fellow beamed. He loved her much, he said, and I knew that the pronoun meant old Short Circuit. "And she is after all my kin, too." Then his face altered. "Rodriguez and a filling station attendant." He fairly snorted the words. "They're not the ones. Oh, anyone might suspect that Rodriguez was in it, but taking orders, not giving them. Who is the one in this that really matters?" I could have kissed the dear old chap, for our conclusions were marching right together, shoulder to shoulder. "Right!" I cried. "I think we'll get him next, but we'll never get him if we touch any of the others first." It was his turn to say, Right. There was a grind of a taxi outside, and Paris Green and Shorty were up the stairs. "She's back?" demanded Paris, with more humanitarian instincts than I might once have suspected of him. I nodded. "Evidently they knew that they had to trust us this time," he said. "They probably realized that it was too late to play around." He told us rapidly the orders that had come over the radio, to go to a dark corner of 2 intersecting highways that, a swift calculation told me, was not even 15 minutes away from the ghost town, though in a slightly divergent direction. "We left the bomb site," Paris said, "and then came away. By this time they have it." "And are on their way," said Dick regretfully. But I shook my head. "There is still the mass flight tomorrow," I said. "They'll not leave till then. Of that I am sure." "And Morin means to let them fly." Suddenly all the evidence against Morin seemed to fly at us with a new sense of horror, like black bats let loose from a cave. The man who killed Eisenberg was someone that the professor had known and trusted enough to meet and talk with face to face. What did we really know of Morin, now that all communications with France were so broken and uncertain? That car of his on the road to the plant, the milkweed in the fender, his presence on the field where the flyers crashed, his absence tonight, when all this play against play was going on, and we could be sure of him only if he were with us and we could follow his every movement. None of us spoke, yet all of us were thinking the same damning thoughts and wishing that we didn't have those thoughts. Paris broke the chain. "A few hours won't make any difference," he said. "We'll meet at the field." Then he turned to me. "But you promised us, before they take to the air. And now you flesh up a couple of secondary figures, important perhaps, but so entirely subordinate." I took another awful chance. "They won't fly tomorrow, Paris," I replied, using his nickname carelessly. "Or they'll fly only after we have the leader of the gang in our hands." The phone in the chemistry building rang. At that hour of the night it sounded weird and eerie, like a bell that's been startled by the touch of a skeleton finger. Paris Green dashed down to take it, and we all stood waiting as if there were a certainty in our hearts that this call was the solution to our problem. The FBI man came back in a second, his face knotted in puzzled anxiety. "Western Union calling," he said. "An official telegram from Morin and urgent. Government business and nothing bearing on our case. They called his office and then his residence, and he's not there. In fact, nobody's seen him tonight." We all stood dumbly. "He lied to us in that note," said Paris. "If," I answered, "he sent that note in the first place." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Clouds Cover the Campus by Daniel A. Lord S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 9. And then it came over me that all my efforts to protect Morin were wasted. This was the last link in the chain that bound him. What would they do to me, I wondered, when I laid before them the missing evidence? In truth, I could say I had found it in my room, not in the laboratory. If I had still had the two, but I didn't have both, and that might clear me. "Wait!" I cried. Catching Dick, I commandeered his machine once more. In my room I caught up my pajama shirt, took the right object out of the pocket, and in a few seconds we were back in the lab. "Here," I said, trying to be offhand. "I almost forgot this. And now I'm afraid it's important." Paris Green held out his hand. When he saw what I had dropped into it, he fairly shrieked. "Important!" His voice was the rasp of a file. "Where did you get it?" "It was dropped in my room by the man who stole what he thought was the eyepiece." The others had crowded around. "Morin," said Shorty. "I never suspected anybody else." He turned on me savagely. "If he gets away." His voice had dropped to a thin line of barely audible speech. "I suppose you know what this means for you, suppressing evidence." I knew all right. Only Paris Green had not seemed to react to my little bright bomb. With eyes that seemed half shut, he stood looking down at the French military uniform button without comment. Suddenly his head shot back with a jerk. "Can we use your machine?" he shot at Dick. At Dick's nod, he said, "Come on then, we're calling on Morin." Only we didn't. We found his house dark, quiet, apparently sunk deep in sleep. Our insistent ring brought the housekeeper to the door, all padded dressing gown, 5-hour cold cream, annoyed vanity, and general indignation. No, her master was not in, hadn't been in for several hours. She thought he said he was going to the airfield to go over some plans. No, so far as she knew, the government message had not reached him. I felt infinitely relieved as I realized that Paris Green had now taken complete command, and I had only to follow his lead. "The airfield," he ordered. Through that steel, chilled gray that is pre-dawn, we dashed for the field. A solitary sentry barred our entrance, but stood aside as Green flashed his credentials. As we shot into the field, we saw a single light burning in the operating headquarters. Perhaps, I reasoned, Morin was there after all. Perhaps he had some explanation, something that would lift this horrible weight of guilt from his head. The door was locked. When we pounded for admission, a young lieutenant, looking very bored and very annoyed, opened the door. He smiled welcomingly when he saw what looked like company and invited us in, introducing himself as Lieutenant Philbin. No, Morin hadn't been there all evening. He supposed he was resting up before the heavy responsibility of the mass flight in the morning. "May I see the planes that are flying tomorrow?" Green asked, not needing to flash credentials this time. "Certainly," the lieutenant answered. "I can't go with you, but I'll get Sergeant Groves." Sergeant Groves had been dozing in an adjacent room. He came in, struggling to look wide awake and alert, and as if sleep had been the farthest thing from his desires. It was a magnificent performance, much too good to be convincing. With a powerful flash swinging bright golden circles before him, he led us to the first hangar, opened the long high doors, and snapped on the first light. Green's swift hand struck the lights off, and in the same gesture took the flash. I saw the sergeant instinctively reach for his sidearm. "Don't worry," Green reassured him, and we followed him through the darkness to the first machine. He clambered up and threw the light into the cockpit. "Okay," he said, almost disappointed. We swung along to the second plane. This time his response to his investigation was a satisfied grunt. He had found the lethal pipe. Their third plane was all right. The fourth and fifth were piped for poison. "No need to go further," he said. "Over half the planes are set." "Indeed, and they're all set!" the sergeant flared indignantly. "We've worked on them special. Rodriguez, as good a man with machines as I've ever seen, gave them a final overhauling this afternoon, and every one of them is ready to take off." Paris lifted a deprecating hand. "My mistake," he protested. "Sergeant, whoever fixed these machines did a magnificent job." It was all I could do to keep from shuddering when the sergeant growled, "Well, that's better. I rather guess they're fixed." We cut back across the darkness to headquarters. As we drew near, we saw through the wide windows that Lieutenant Philbin was using the phone. He rang off just as we entered and looked up at us with a smile. "That was the chief instructor," he said. "Morin?" I think we all gasped the name in chorus. "Certainly," the lieutenant replied, looking a little surprised. "Where did he call from?" "From his house, of course. He said that he'd been working and was just turning in. Funny, though. He said that if by any chance he wasn't here tomorrow, the flight was to take off anyhow, with Lieutenant Allen in charge." Paris Green was across the room and gripping the phone. The clear, high-pitched voice of the night operator came through. "A call was just put through to this number." Green's swift eye picked it up from the circle on the phone holder, and he shot it into the phone. "Was it a local call?" A second's delay, and he was speaking with the supervisor. "No," she answered. "That was long distance. The person calling," she continued as Green shot fast questions, "wanted a station-to-station call and said that someone would be waiting. So we put it right through." Green hit the question we had all been waiting to hear. There was the briefest pause. Then the voice of the operator. "Ellisville." The call had come from a town not 25 miles away, on the Dixie Highway, south of our little campus town. My heart sank. Morin was gone, and with him the car that we knew so well. Green guessed our thoughts, for mine were the thoughts of all. If by this time he hasn't, they haven't. I noticed the correction. Shifted to the car they mean to drive, or to a plane. Anyway, I cried, we don't know what direction he'll take. Shorty's drawling voice spoke. South, straight for New Orleans. He had a small notebook in his hand and was reading from it. New Orleans reported to us 3 days ago, when we wired, that the Lorelei, steam up, ready to sail, has been waiting beyond sailing date. I was swallowed up in a kind of hopelessness. I could see it all so clearly, the swift flight of the car through the darkness, the shift to a waiting plane, the bomb sight, not complete, but perhaps complete enough to be of utmost service to the alien land, and we standing here, the dawn coming up, and the villainous Morin heading straight for a ship in safety. Meanwhile, Green had been talking into the phone to 6 different people, it seemed to me, issuing orders to block roads, cut off all suspicious-looking cars, watch for the official car that Morin had long driven, set star police on the highways. The rest of us just stood around, feeling that all this was futile, if we were dealing with the brilliant mind that had thus far engineered every detail without a major slip. Then Dick suddenly took over. Ellisville's 25 miles away, he said quietly. Harry, can you get a plane up and cruise around and see what you can see? If you spot anything suspicious, we'll be following the Dixie Highway. In the meantime, what's a 25-mile start when we're driving my car and out to get our man? Green shifted a gun from some invisible hiding place to his overcoat pocket. Shorty followed suit languidly. Green turned to us sharply. I swear you into the service of the United States government for the next few hours, he said quietly. Lieutenant, give each of them an automatic. Harry, roll out a plane. The sergeant will help you warm it up. We'll be following the Dixie Highway southward. Let's go. Dick and I sat in front. Paris, Green, and Shorty sat in back. If the intensive forward craning that suddenly characterized both of them could be called sitting. We ate up that first 25 miles in about 20 minutes. Slow, moaned Dick, and pushed the accelerator further down. From the back seat, each one to a side of the car, the 2 FBI men turned flashes into every small side road we passed. We ate up another 25 miles, and another, and another. Then overhead we saw the lights of a plane, and as we flashed our lights on and off in signal, we saw the dip of the wings that was the answering wave from Harry as he cut off to the right and then back to the left in the wide circuit swings of his search. As we whirled by a small dirt road hidden in overgrown willows and scrubby trees, Paris let out a shout. Dick clamped on the brake with a furious screech of rubber and, not bothering to turn, drove back in reverse at a pace that made my blood run thin. There up the dirt road, half hidden in the shrubbery, was Morin's car. No doubt about that. We were out of the car, our guns poised, waiting for the fusillade we expected. But there was only silence and the strange, chippery sounds of animal life that heralded the dawn. We charged down upon the car, flung open the doors, and found the inside empty as an open palm. No identifying insignia, and evidently the same expert hand that had deflated our tires had let all the air out of these. They got into a plane or another car here, growled Green. But one look around told me it had been no plane. Heavy woods, underbrush, an orchard, a rise of hills, and a field of uncut cornstalks. No place for a plane to land or take off. It had been a car right enough. The dawning light plus the powerful flashlights showed us the clean-cut marks of new tires and the little spurts of sand and gravel that are thrown up as a car moves onto concrete from the side of a road, indicated the strength of the engine that propelled the car. Powerful motor, said Green, voicing what we were all thinking. Get going, Dick, and watch for a car with a powerful motor, new tires, evidently a special job. We were off again, Dick cutting around the increasing number of metropolis-bound farmers' autos and heavy trucks, like an expert in an obstacle race. We passed creaking loads of vegetables, powerful transports, their lights burning dimly in the rising dawn, an occasional car, not worth our consideration, all wending their way casually, a little wearily, as they came to the end of the night. Dick fumed inwardly as the increasingly congested road cut our speed. Ahead of us lumbered a weary-looking old auto, its heavy brown canvas cutting off our view of the road ahead. "Confound it," growled Dick. "A hill, too. Can't get ahead, can't get around. Have to crawl up the hill behind it." In impatient fury, we settled down to let the ancient truck take its way. The road was steep and long, but Dick's miraculous motor needed no shift into second. The car ahead kept rising steadily. Arrived at the top of the hill, we took one swift look around, saw that the road was clear, and shot off in pursuit of our phantom quarry. Dick talked grimly to himself as his car gathered speed. He often talked as he drove. It was the nervous release of a man who concentrates on his driving and lets words seep through his subconscious. "Thought that confounded car on the hill would hold us up. Awful looking old rattletrap. The kind that colors up a road, but I don't think we lost much." "Not much," I agreed, just to make conversation. "In fact, you didn't have to shift." "Neither did the fellow in the other car," he said absently, and sent the speedometer needle up to 90. "Neither did the fellow in the other car," I repeated chattily, thinking of rattletraps in general and how they usually clog up highways. "Neither did—" Against all the rules of safety, I grabbed his arm. "Dick," I cried, "if a rattletrap doesn't have to shift gears on a steep, long hill, it's no rattletrap." "What?" he murmured, his eyes glued to the road. "That's the car, Dick. That's the car we saw in the ghost town tonight. The one that was carrying the broadcasting machine. I know it. I'm sure of it." I turned and shouted my suspicions to Paris and Shorty. Paris looked back. The rattletrap that wasn't a rattletrap was almost out of sight. But as we slowed down, it came moving along at a pace that was far from crippled. "Slow up," cried Paris, "but don't stop. When they're close on us, swing dead across the highway. Stay at the wheel and we'll take them." Dick did a masterly job of slowing down. The car behind us seemed to keep its distance for a time, then it gradually drew up on us. Paris and Shorty had crouched far down in the body of the car, so that only two of us could be seen. But I knew very well that if Morin saw the machine, he'd recognize it. Yet the car kept on following us, drawing nearer and nearer. When it was close enough for us to honk for a pass, Dick suddenly threw our car across the highway and stopped with a squeal of brakes. Even as Paris and Shorty jumped out, guns in hand, there was a shot from behind us as the car drove into the hood of our car, almost clearing the road for a passage. The rattletrap was past us, perhaps a dozen feet, when Paris shot dead into a rear tire, just where the tire meets the rim. There was a gasp of escaping air, and the car thundered out into the ditch and up the low embankment for a stall. We were on the machine before it stopped, on it with our guns thrust well inside, covering whatever was there. Next to the driver sat Rodriguez, his normally bronzed face yellow with fatigue and fear. Beside him sat Morin's chauffeur, both hands on the wheel and a look of surprise on his face. "What is this?" he said, and I realized that this was the first time I had heard him speak. Or was it? What was there even in those three words that sounded familiar? Paris was pointing the muzzle of his automatic straight at the chauffeur's heart. "Where's Morin?" he demanded. "Why?" replied the chauffeur, his face all guileless innocence. "At the university, I suppose. He sent me to pick up some supplies in the town ahead." He nodded in the direction of the metropolis, to which the highway approached. "He told me to be sure to be back in the early afternoon." That voice, those familiar accents. But Morin was gone. We had picked up underlings again. Then Paris did something that threw me almost off my feet. He moved in a little closer to the chauffeur, the automatic touching his shirt, and said very quietly, "That's fine. I'm not interested in Morin. Major Anthony Klipkoff, in the name of the United States government, I arrest you for several murders, for the stealing of government property, and for sabotage on a scale that—" It all happened so fast that I could not follow it. With an upswing of his hand, the Major had thrown Green and his gun aside. One leap and he was down the side of the machine and into the ditch. Another and he was scaling the low embankment, using our car for his shield, for all the world like an expert soldier taking cover. Rodriguez made the beginnings of a similar move, but I had him covered. Paris lay sprawled on the concrete road, his head split and bleeding from the force of his fall. Then into the picture charged a powerful truck. Eyes register fast in moments like this, and I knew that the man on the seat was the oil station proprietor, or his son or nephew that we had seen the night outside the plant. He shouted something that sounded like a command. It might easily have been some foreign word meaning jump. His truck leaped past, but I heard a gun bark just twice, and I saw the truck careen to the side of the road, plunge towards the embankment, and come to a sickening pause as it buried its long, low nose into the soft mud. Then I turned to see Shorty looking almost affectionately at his gun. "Take it easy," he said, "and don't rush 'em. They may still have some life in them, but I think I got 'em both." Later we learned that Shorty was the champion pistol shot of the entire FBI. We found Morin strapped and gagged and lying beside the bomb site under masses of burlap and camouflage packages of foodstuffs, ostensibly bound for market. He was completely unconscious and a very, very sick man. By this time Paris was on his feet again, shaking his head to get the dizziness out of it, and feeling a bit of a fool for the Major's near escape, to which he had been a party. Behind us on the road, traffic had begun to pile up, first angry, then curious, making a mess of everything by their inquisitiveness and helpless intrusion. State troopers cleared the tangle and took over the captured Rodriguez and the 2 dead men. Dick by turns drove the 2 cars into a side road and put me in charge of the one that carried Morin and the bomb site. Then Dick remounted his own car with Shorty as his companion, and we set off in caravan for the university. Harris was with me, carefully working on the unconscious Morin. I had to talk. "So it was Morin's chauffeur who was the brains behind it," I said. "That," he answered casually, "became clear only when you showed me that button. It wasn't an officer's button, you see. It was the button of a private or a non-com. But up to that particular moment, it really meant nothing. It was just a lost button. But it ended up being the decisive evidence between Morin and Klipkov." "And Morin?" I asked. Parrish shook his head doubtfully. "I'll stake my reputation, such as it is, that he's not guilty. But we'll hear his story." It was Rodriguez who told the story most conclusively. Klipkov had met him years ago in Brazil and asked him to enter the Secret Service and take a Portuguese name to hide his European ancestry. Klipkov was an aviation officer transferred to the espionage department. His task was a simple one: so to frighten American parents that they would refuse to let their college sons, the best flying material in the world, take up aviation. How satisfactorily his program had been developed and how well he had progressed we knew quite too clearly. Then Klipkov had received orders to get the bomb site. Knowing Morin well, old Short Circuit had been not in the least disturbed when Morin's chauffeur had come with a message on the evening of the murder. The plane outside the window on that night had been driven by Rodriguez, who had signaled a third conspirator, a fellow alien of Klipkov, to be ready to receive the bomb site in the ghost town, which had been chosen as the most obvious hiding place. The allotment of tasks was simple. Klipkov kept the leadership and management of all that occurred on the campus. To Rodriguez, because he was on the flying field, was entrusted the maneuvering of the desks. To the disguised officer at the filling station was given the care of matters in the ghost town. The bomb site obtained, and the mass flight doomed to certain ruin, they considered their work done. In the suburbs of the metropolis, toward which we had been heading, a plane had been ready to fly them to the waiting ship in New Orleans harbor. That plane we never saw. On word of the capture, it took off, and the Lorelei slipped down the Mississippi and safely out to sea. Fifth columnists, we casually call them, and we worry almost not at all about them. But as I listened to Rodriguez, who under pressure from Paris and Shorty pieced together the story bit by bit, I wondered how many more there were and how far our nation was being undermined by those who were working at our side and destroying as they worked. Morin was unconscious for almost another 24 hours. When he finally recovered, he talked freely and naturally. Klipkov had joined him when with a few free Frenchmen he, Morin, had escaped from Marseilles and headed for the United States. During 5 years prior to that time, Klipkov's assignment had been France. He was a supposed member of the French Air Force, posing as the most loyal Frenchman, madly eager to help any nation that would beat back the destroyer of his supposed country. He had called himself Dubois, so common a French name that Morin had not thought to question his identity, and he brought him along to the university. But when the others had gone that night, and I was sitting at Morin's bedside, he talked to me as he hadn't talked to them. "I am more guilty than you know," he cried, "than I dare let them guess. They have been easy with me, though of course I shall never again be of service to my country or to yours. But for the past week I suspected him. I knew that someone around me was to blame, someone who could reach others through me. I called him in, and he faced me down. That made me sure of my suspicions, and I told him I was applying for his arrest. Only then did he tell me what would follow if I made good my threat. I have a family, a wife, 4 children, 3 of them girls, in occupied France. A word from me, he said, and I could guess what would be their fate. From then on I felt I had to fight on alone, to do the thing myself, even if it meant. Even a soldier can't shoot a man in cold blood, yet it might have come to that. Now everything was clear, except the way in which Paris had found out the chauffeur's name. "Listen," he said when I asked him, "do magicians show you how they do their tricks? We'll leave some mystery and magic to the FBI. You did more than your share on this, but I'll take credit for that piece of abracadabra." So over coffee and sandwiches in our favorite shop, Julia May and I decided that we had seen enough of horror and death for a few days, and that if I was to get my degree, and we were to get the license to follow the degree, I should henceforth devote myself to the solution of scientific problems, and to her. Only the thought that Old Short Circuit's bomb site is now in the hands of our flyers makes me a little sure that we'll have here in America the peace necessary for the life of 2 Catholic pacifists, like myself and Julia May. The End. End of Chapter 9. End of Clouds Cover the Campus by Daniel A. Lord, S.J.